Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
I'm chillin' with MONIE.
Hey cousin, who you chillin' with?
Hey cousins, what's going on, y'all? How's everybody feeling? My bad for the long intro, but what's up? What's up? How's everybody feeling? Hope everybody is having a good Saturday. You're enjoying yourself. We don't really got too many topics today. I know the main point was for us to finish the what is it called, passing the crown. The last two videos. I think one video is like an hour and 30 minutes, and the other one is like 50 minutes. So that should give us 2+ hours of content to chill, to chat, and all of that. So um don't start. Don't start. I just put that first thumbnail up because I didn't have any thumbnail. I still don't have a thumbnail, so I just found this shit on Google. But because my ass was in a bed resting. But what's up, everybody? Do me a favor if you haven't already. Yeah, I usually, follow the script. Please do me a favor and smash that like button on your way in. I would greatly appreciate that if you will. But again, it's not too much really popping off over the weekend. So we just gonna basically, there is a kind of a follow-up with Cardi B and Steffon Diggs that we spoke about yesterday, but I don't know if y'all even really care about that situation. That situation is very, very stank, very trifling. Like, I could not imagine being with a man with all these damn toddlers running around, and I got my own. But what's up, Smooth? Kwani in the building as always. Shout out to my mods holding down the chat. We do got the restriction on, so there likely won't be any trolls up in here. But if you do decide to troll, you will get sent to the fucking bushes. We don't have any patience. We like it to be very cordial and cool around here. We like to vibe. We like to have a good time. Okay, so be on your best behavior. But yeah, Smooth in the building. What is up, Nash? How you doing? Cease in the building. As always, showing love, unapologetic in the building, holding the chat down. How's everyone doing this lovely Saturday? To be honest, it's been a lazy ass Saturday for me. I'm still, kind of, I guess, recovering, but I was having like a bit of a sore throat. I've been coughing a little bit today, but I don't think it's turning into nothing crazy. So thank God. What's up, Tony? How you feeling? What's going on? Hey cousin, when you chill, I'm chilling with mine. I need to fix my waiting sound because it's kind of like repetitive, and I know that shit can be annoying. But hey Yoni, how you feeling? Raphael in the building, noise boy in the building. End of the world. What's up, cousin? TT, hey, what's up? What's up? Soleil, what's going on? What's up? What's up? Hey, Bing. Alex up in the building. What's up, girl? Hey, Demi. Moni, how you feel about the Snoop performance and how it kind of came and went? Listen, first of all, I feel like with the Snoop performance, let me see if I can actually pull it up. Unapologetic, shout out to you because that's we can add that to the topics. Um, Let me see if I can pull that up. I'm not gonna play the performance like the sound because copyright and all of that. Snoop Dogg Netflix. But I personally have not seen the full performance. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I haven't seen the full performance. But from what I have seen on let's mute that. So, like I was saying, it seems like TMZ is trying to convince us that the performance was better than what it was. When have you ever seen TMZ give headlines like this? Snoop Dogg's Netflix NFL's Christmas halftime lauded better than Super Bowls. That's one post. And then you have another post. Ratings for Snoop Dogg's Netflix NFL Christmas Day holiday halftime party drop next week, but judging from the reaction, it's gonna draw in huge numbers. This seems this seems fraudulent. Since when do y'all have to wait weeks in advance to get ratings? You either have the ratings or you don't have them. I mean, usually it take like what 24 to 48 hours to get ratings. Why are we waiting a whole week? I don't think this performance did what they thought it was gonna do. I really don't. I don't know. I don't think the performance gave what they wanted it to give, and now they're just pushing out paid promo at this point. It just doesn't feel authentic. Um, exactly, effing. It came and went. It was perfectly fine. That's it. Paid promo. 100%. Why next week? I think we got the ratings for Kendrick Super Bowl a few days after the performance. Yeah, we didn't need to wait a week to get ratings for a Netflix special. It's Netflix. Y'all know how to go to your creator dashboard and look at the damn ratings. What we waiting for? Mm, it don't make sense. So they gotta bot the ratings, huh? I'm sick of Snoop. He needs to go somewhere. Yeah, I ain't feeling Snoop too much either. Snoop out here tap dancing for them people. That's what it feels like. He tap dancing for those people. He started the year tap dancing, attending the that Donald Trump inauguration and performing, and now he ending the year tap dancing. But good luck to that man. I just don't like how they they tried to reheat what Beyonce had going on. They went in country music, they went from telling her, oh, she's not influential, not even country, but any genre. Oh, she's not influential. But every time it's time for y'all to do something, y'all copying her top to bottom. The math don't be math then. You can't tell us she not influential and then you go reheat her whole bag. They do. They definitely do. They definitely think we're stupid. Mm-mm. Uh-uh. He's supposed to be Crip Kringle. I mean, Chris Kringle and Margaret. Exactly. Margaret. That's exactly what that was. MAGA fucking red. Man, get out of here, Snoop. Ain't nobody got time for your bullshit. Um, but like I was saying, in case any of y'all wanted an update on the Cardi B and Steffon Diggs situation, Cardi B tweeted and deleted, seems like the ghetto always finds me. Yuck. And like I said, she deleted the tweet. And this came after we talked about it yesterday. Steffon, he celebrated Christmas at his house, and it looks like he had 4 of his babies at his house with him, and their mothers were there as well. Meanwhile, Cardi B was back home with her family, rightfully so, and her kids. Steffon Diggs posted his kids to his story, and then he posted Cardi B's son to the story, and that went viral. Everybody's talking about it. Embarrassing, very embarrassing. Getting with a nigga who has 3 newborns, 3 under 5 months is crazy. But at the end of the day, it's her life. She made a decision to lay down with him, and she got her own baggage. He got his own baggage, but she talking about the ghetto seems to always find me. Yuck. You keep welcoming the ghetto. Don't say yuck now. You wasn't saying yuck when you was riding that dick unprotected. Don't say yuck now. You knew what you was getting into when you was messing with this nigga. I guess at first it was supposed to be fun. She was just supposed to be having a good time. But bitch, use your butt. What are you doing? Why are you using your coochie and unprotected at that? Use your butt. And Cardi, you my girl. I love you, Belcalis. But you should have been using your butt. Come on now. You just got out of a terrible situation. And I'm glad you got out of that situation. Because that was really ghetto. That was really fucking ghetto. But you went from one ghetto to another ghetto. Girl, why? Why? You supposed to just pump on these niggas, protect it, and go about your business. But no. She don't know what you're doing. This bitch just giving it out. Now, y'all, they don't put the diagram up. They don't put the damn diagram up. The damn diagram up. This is crazy. Look at this shit, y'all. Just look at this shit. I can't deal. So they got this girl right here under April 2025. She actually used to be one of Floyd Mayweather hoes. So she a veteran. She knew what she was doing. She couldn't get a baby out of Floyd, so she found the next dummy, and she made sure she got it. So now she got her little baby, and she's set. Then there's this girl. This girl right here under May 2025. She kind of went a little viral because she made sure to post herself. She put on her full glam. She put on her Sunday's best, and she posted a photo in front of Steffon's tree. And then she posted a picture with the little girl. We got another one here. So she's a little older. This is before Cardi B. So it's whatever, right? October 2016. Posted her. Then we got Cardi B's baby, her little son. Another baby, March 2023. September 2025. He posted that baby too. So it's just a lot of community dicking going on. It's a lot of community dicking going on. And again, I love Cardi, but girl, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? You're supposed to just have fun with the nigga and go. Nah. You just raw dogging it. Raw dogging it and raw dogging it and raw dogging it. And he raw dogging it too. Ladies, if I don't teach you anything, if this not a nigga that you don't want to be with and you just trying to have fun, please use your butt. Please use protection. And if you think you fucked up, throw yourself down a couple stairs. Just do it. It ain't gonna hurt. No, all jokes aside. All jokes aside. But this is a crazy situation, man. I just don't I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Okay. I don't get it. He got Irish triplets, and then he got two other ones that look between 4 and 10 years old. So they are definitely the Brady Bunch at this point. If it's gonna last, good for y'all. But this is a interesting dynamic for real. I don't know. I would just be so annoyed at the fact that it's my baby's first Christmas and you ain't spending no time with your baby on his first Christmas, and you can't because you spending time with another 0-month-old. Oh, she's right. This is very ghetto. She's very ghetto. Three babies in 1 year is crazy as hell. Cardi got pregnant while 2 other women were already pregnant. Exactly. Because they had their babies first. The way I would have went to the chop shop. Listen, but that's just me. That's just me. Some people don't believe in that. And I respect their decision as well. But me personally, I'll see you when it's time for me to meet my maker. God will take care of you. God will take care of you until I get there. Okay? Yeah. At least he acknowledges his children 100%. That's an amazing, that's a good thing. But he don't get no fucking cool points for that. You don't get no cool points for that. You're supposed to acknowledge them. You're their father. The fuck? You're their father. You the one who went out there raw dicking it. You better acknowledge them little motherfuckers. You better acknowledge them. Come on now. Shit, that I know that child support gonna be crazy. Cardi, now you gotta divide your child support up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways. Yeah, baby, getting the bare minimum. Granted, Cardi B don't need anything, right? But no, she does need something. Fuck that. I don't care if she got her own money. She still needs something. This is just crazy. This is just crazy. Someone said this is him overcompensating because of the bisexual allegations. That's what somebody said. I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world. And I ain't judging. Will the siblings be able to have relationships? I always wonder about that. I hope so, but that's a lot of fucking planning. Imagine having to make 6 phone calls on Father's Day to be able to set up all 6 of your kids to be together because they all live in 6 different houses. Ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. I gotta mark down 6 times in my calendar to make sure I see all of my kids. These are a lot of birthdays to remember. Shit is crazy. Shit is crazy. Speaking of, did you talk about Tyler Perry's situation? Yes, Katie, we did. We spoke about him yesterday and his freaky frog activities. He's being accused of essaying another one of his employees. But yeah, we definitely talk about it. We spoke about it yesterday. If you go to the live tab, when we end this stream or whatever, whenever you have some free time, I do have it time stamped. I try to make sure I timestamp the videos to make it easier for y'all to go to whatever topics you want to watch. Especially because that video, yesterday's stream was like 3-4 hours. So check it out when you get a chance. But yeah, we spoke about that. Let's see. Doomer, shout out to the cousin Doomer for contributing to today's goal. Thank you so much. Nick be having his kids on Zoom. That's crazy. Having to talk to your kids on Zoom because you're in one part of the world and they live in another part of the world and living in a different house is it's really sad, to be honest, because this man just created 6 broken homes, y'all. 6 broken homes. Like, all jokes aside, I know we joking or whatever, and this is their situation. They're gonna be able to make the best of their situation, right? But it's just unfortunate that this is 6 broken homes. And these are Black women, besides this one at the top. 5 different broken Black homes. Like, that shit is so whack to me. It's corny to me. It's just very corny to me. But again, it's their situation. Cardi said, seems like the ghetto always finds her. Sister, you ain't making no better. You helped. You helped. Because you were supposed to spit and you wasn't supposed to swallow. Well, you could have swallowed, but you either swallow and spit and use your butt, but no. You let that shit fester and sit up in you, and now, granted, you got a beautiful baby boy, but no, not good, not good. Good evening, MONIE and cousins. What's up, Forever Blessed? What's going on? How you feeling? What else? What else has been going on, cousins, that y'all want to talk about? Because again, like I said, I didn't really make a list of nothing. So I'm just like going off the top. Actually, you know what? Have y'all been following the monks that's walking for peace? Have y'all been following that? That shit made me emotional early today watching the monks travel. They're currently in Georgia and they are walking. I think they started in Texas and did they start in Texas and then they're walking all the way towards Washington, D.C. Yeah, I'm asking, and it's right here in my face. Buddhist monks walking from Texas to D.C. for peace. They ask for nothing but can accept offerings of food, water, places to rest, and security escorts along their way. Please follow their Facebook. And I think recently they just touched down in Georgia. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to see if they are like in line with close to where I live because I want to go see them. Like, this is so beautiful what it is that they're doing. Like, that shit had me in tears earlier. Um, 21 Savage ass talking about save the streets. You should have been out there with the monks. 21 Savage, Young Thug, they in Georgia. Why y'all not out there walking with the monks? That's what y'all need to be out there doing. Walking with the damn monks. Yes, it's so beautiful. And I love the fact that people are lining up. Um, hold on, let me go to the Discord because I actually posted a video in there. Um, People are lining up, meeting them on the highways, giving them food and stuff. Dismiss, because I don't know what that is. Definitely shout out to Peace. But yeah, that's really beautiful what it is that they are doing um for the world. Again, you can find um if you want like any information or to see where they are, there's a tracker on their Facebook page actually, and it shows where it is if they'll be near you um in the community. And right now they are in Georgia. So shout out to them, man. Shout out to them and shout out to World Peace because we are definitely living in the fucking ghetto right now. For real. With Donald Trump, all these freaky frogs, like I don't the economy is terrible. Mm-mm. We are just going through it. And we spoke about this too. Like us millennials, we have had it bad. Okay, we have had no breaks since we have been born. We were on the beginning of the tragedies, the middle of the tragedies, and the aftermath of all of the tragedies. Like, damn, can we get a fucking break? Can we? Please, we need a break. Being an adult is just so ghetto. It's just very ghetto, and I'm so tired of it. I saw Fatima. What's going on, cousin? I saw that Kendrick was the only artist with two number one singles this year, even though he hasn't released any new music in 2025. Yes, cousin, that is true. I think I actually had that in my bookmarks saves. Um, let me see. Yeah, we did a hip hop recap, and Travis Scott and Kendrick Lamar were the only rappers to earn both a number one song and a number one album on Billboard in 2025. Travis Scott, 4x4, and Jack Boys 2. Fraudulent, 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 fraudulent. Get him out of here. We gotta stop letting Travis get away with this bullshit. Because all he do is scam. The best scammer I know, and his name is Travis Scott. Um, Next was Kendrick with Luther, Not Like Us went number one, and then GNX went number one as well. So for for Kendrick, mind you, but the the real feat is Kendrick being able to do this without releasing any music in 2025, any new music in 2025. He's been featured on Chains and Whips, of course, and a couple songs off of Playboy Cardi's album, but he hasn't personally released anything this year, but he was still able to be the most dominant rapper of 2025. I know a lot of people are pushing for um Malice to be rapper of the year, and if it's off of rap alone because he actually released music in 2025, new music, then I get it. But what Kendrick did this year is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. From not releasing any music to be able to do the Super Bowl, the Grammys, the stadium tour, the music videos, the number ones. Was he was number one in 2025 for 14 weeks. The longest by any artist, not just a rapper, any artist. There was no better rapper in 2025 than Kendrick Lamar. But of course, when we say that, we glazing. But the facts are the facts, and I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. Um, what did y'all say about Tyler? Is Travis Scott dating Tyler? I think I read that somewhere, but I don't believe that to be true. I think they recently did music together, and they maybe shot a music video, but I don't think she's dating him because from what I recall, Tyler has like a boyfriend from like back home, and she's like almost always with him unless she broke up with him for Travis Scott. And if she did, sister, what are you doing? What are you doing? Travis Scott is no, that's not somebody I would break up with my man for. I'm sorry, it's just not. See, she released a whole music video with her boyfriend in it. And he looked way better than Travis Scott. This must be if the rumors are true, this must be some industry setup relationship. But Tyler, girl, I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. Tyler, you don't want Kylie's nachos. I see she likes moisturized, not ashy. Okay. The way people try to discredit GNX is crazy. Definitely crazy. And beyond disrespectful. I am a Kendrick laser as well. We loud and we proud. Okay. Ain't heard of her in a minute. Yeah, Tyler been low key. I think her Chanel song, it has been climbing the charts. They've been doing some promotion for it, so she's still out there kicking. Give me a donut. For real, for real. What else is going on? Um, I don't have anything else. But so yeah, y'all, let's get started with the passing the crown. Again, shout out to Jeremy Heck. But we're gonna start this. We got two videos. A lot of K-Bots and donuts in the chat bags. But yeah, let's start this. Shout out to Jeremy Heck. I'm gonna post the link real quick if you want to go watch it yourself. But we gonna continue the conversation. Kai Cenat drama. I don't really know what's going on with Kai Cenat. Apparently his he broke up with his girlfriend, something to do with NBA YoungBoy or something like that. I don't know. I feel like that's shade room teen type shit. I don't know. But I know he's been talking about his mental health lately. I guess he's been going through it. He's been having some issues with his mental health. So I don't I don't know. Cardi B is the ghetto. Okay, Leslie, I think this is like your second time saying that. Yeah, you called her ghetto a couple times now. Well, you got beef with Cardi B or something? You want smoke with Cardi B? Uh, he had got her a penthouse a couple days ago. What could have happened that fast? Well, apparently they said she slept with NBA YoungBoy. You would be my source, so you gotta confirm or deny it. What happened? Did she sleep with the nigga or not? He a fool for getting her a penthouse. Why are you buying that girl a penthouse? Y'all still young. She could still live at home with her mama. What is going on? Mm. Um. Wait, what's the question? Kendrick could get a Grammy with the Clips win too. Unfortunately, Kendrick wouldn't win. The only way Kendrick will win a Grammy is if they win Best Rap Song or Best Rap Performance, whatever one they're nominated for. He would get a Grammy as the featured artist. But if they win like Best Rap Album, Kendrick would not get a Grammy for it. Same thing with the guys from GNX. Um, I know we're happy for them and we're excited for them, but the truth of the matter is none of them are getting a Grammy. The only person who has a chance to get a Grammy is actually Lefty Gunplay. And that's if the song that he's nominated on wins, he would get a Grammy as a featured artist. Grammys changed their percentage a couple years ago, I think a year or two ago. So they wouldn't get an actual Grammy. But who cares? We're happy for them. We're happy for them. We're gonna let them have that moment. But yeah, y'all. So let's get into this video because this is 2013, right? This is 2013, and this is when it all started to get a little messy. Niggas started to get embarrassed. Niggas started to feel like, oh, the little guy is finally making a name for himself. Oh my God, we must stop him. We cannot let him become something. Drake and J. Cole were panicking. They did not like that the little nigga with the big ears from Compton was making a name for himself. So, get yourself a drink, get comfortable, and we're going to enjoy this. If you have not already, please, 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 please smash the like button for me. Thank you. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and nothing been the same since they dropped control and tucked the sense of the rapper back in his pajama clothes.
Damn, they probably got more than that, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Friends come here and you can't get one.
Exactly, that's how it should be.
I purchased my first CD, probably was like 13. You know, so I look at a kid grabbing his first CD, Good Kid, Mad City. Will he still be bumping, you know, when he's 23? You dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I feel it will. He will be bumping, you know.
He grew into them ears. Look at them ears, girl. Look at them ears. He could hear something from 3 blocks away.
You know, and a lot of people say it's an instant classic. That's great. You know, I love that. But I want that longevity. You know, I don't want you to be saying it because it's, you know, yeah. I'm hot right now. Whatever the quote is.
I heard you're the hottest MC in the game.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, but eventually, you know, most artists, you know, that flame usually burn out. So I'm not really concerned that much as everybody else is. You know, I want that longevity in it.
So weird, you know, you like say you're gonna do something and then it actually happens. And then like it happens again and it happens again. And you just wonder like, does it run out? Desire, is it hunger? Like, and this right here, I used to talk about this all the time. Like, I always said I'd get one of these, you know, and I got it, man. It's like, when does it stop? You know, does it stop? Why is it happening? Like,
you see how they all act when they get the Grammy? They are excited. They love the fact that they have the Grammy in their hands. Like I always said, I get one of these. When does it stop? Does it stop? Oh yeah, it stops. It stops when you got some serious competition. And then you see your competition and now it's fuck the Grammys. They never did nothing for me. These things don't matter. That's only the discourse because you're losing. When you were winning, you were in awe. You were happy. You felt accomplished.
I always said I'd get one of these, you know, and I got it, man. It's like, when does it stop? You know, does it stop? Why is it happening? Like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy to think about. It's surreal.
But I never seen you wild out.
It's a lot of cap going on. I'm sorry. I know we're trying to watch it, but y'all know I'm going to give my opinion. I'm going to stop it. So forgive me for who don't want to hear me stopping in random spots. I'm going to do that. You can go to Jeremy Heck's channel and watch it yourself if you don't want me to do that. But there's just a lot of rambling going on. Drake, you're the type of person, you don't actually want competition. You just want to be rewarded. And we've seen that over the years. When it was time for competition and for you to be competitive, you got upset about it when niggas challenged you. I don't think you actually want it to be competitive. You want to just win fair and square. You want people to just give you things and give you titles. J. Cole is the same way as well. He want to get on songs and rap about how he'll do this and how he'll do that to a rapper. But then when it's time to knuckle up, you'll go head to head with Diggy Simmons. But a rapper on your level, My stomach hurt. I was tossing and turning last night. It just doesn't feel right in my spirit. Oh my God. If you love Kendrick Lamar like I do, put one finger in the air. That's what it became. That's what it became.
The point in time when these guys were my favorites, and they still are, but there was a point in time when they seemed so far from me. Like, even though I believed in my talent, but they seemed so far away. Like, they were so good. You know what I mean? And it's reached a level where it's like, now everybody feels like my competition. You know what I mean? That's just being.
J. Catch Up Cole. That's his name. J. Catch Up Cole. Because he's always playing catch up to the other two.
Being honest. Yeah. It no longer feels like things that they do are out of my reach. I know that what I bring to the table is just as special. You know what I mean? Maybe the world, I don't know, you know what I mean? But I believe now, you know what I mean?
A good artist, a successful rap career is 5 years. That tripped me out. That blew me away. And when I started doing my research on it,
very true.
It's very true. Yeah. You know, as much as we love the culture, it doesn't translate, you know, to continue as far as sales.
Thank you for the support, Tony.
Everything is so
you.
trendy. You know, everybody's on to the next. I did my research on that, you know, and that shook me up. You know, that'll scare you, you know, as much as you love it. It'll come upon a time where when you're cold, you know, and you might never get back. Only the few, you know, golden childs really get back, like Busta, you know, Years, Jay, you know, Nas, you know, these people really have something else going on, something special. And I felt that line was a pinnacle line inside that song, gearing up to my first album. You know, should I acknowledge that now, or should I wait 5 years later to acknowledge it when it's all, you know, God willing that it don't be 5 years, but you know, let me think about this now and really soak in the opportunity that I have. So let me go
That
a
boy
little 10
20
times harder
years in.
on what the next artist is doing.
Same way people be like, man, you know, you got to get back on that So Far Gone shit. That was it's just like, what is that to you though? Do I have to get back to sounding like that? Or was that a time marker in your life when you were in college dating this girl and you got that mixtape and nobody knew about Drake, and now, you know, and
this might be one of the realest things that Drake has ever said in his career. Because that's literally what his fans do today. They refuse to let him go, and the fact that he has not gotten better, and they are so stuck and they want to relive that nostalgic feeling that he once gave them. They remember a time in their life, a period in their life that gave them good feels. And they don't want to let that go. So they act the way that they act when it comes to him. That's one of the realest things you have ever said, Aubrey, because you described your fans to the T. They love you for nostalgia, not because you have actually progressed and you are a good artist. They love you for a certain period in your life, and you have not evolved since that period in your life. So they go back to that music and relive the glory days. That's why you see today his old music is out charting his new music. His old music is what's pushing him to the forefront. It's not the new music. And when I said that a couple months ago, they wanted to kick my back in and go on all these rants. Oh, Moni, you always just talking. You don't know what you're talking about. You fat bitch. Shut up. Blah, blah, blah. Now look. Take Care is his highest charting album. All of the old music are the ones that's streaming the best. It is because he sucks so fucking bad right now. Y'all are going back to the old shit because you need to be reminded of who Drake was. So shout out to Aubrey. That might be one of the realest things you've ever said in your life. Let's rewind that back a little.
That now, God will really.
Gone shit. That was shit. It's just like, what is that to you though? Is it, do I have to get back to sounding like that? Or was that a time marker in your life when you were in college dating this girl and you got that mixtape and nobody knew about Drake, and now, you know, and you want that moment back? I can't give you that moment anymore. I can keep giving you great music. We can keep growing. We can keep understanding each other, but it's tough for me to go back there, you know? So, as far as like making those statements, I don't know what I was saying about that.
The language.
That's what happens when you ramble. You made a good point though, Aubrey. You definitely made a good point. But that's what happens when you ramble and you just like to hear your fucking self talk. You forget what the original message was. You should have just stopped after you made a good point. Shout out to the cousin Cisa. This interview of Drake was so annoying, lame ass, very annoying. You got him being very passive aggressive, and then on the other end, you got Elliot and his annoying ass laugh. But we gonna get into it.
Language. Why the language feel right? You got Stunner on there too. Stunner
No, wait, hold on. I was making a point. Hold on, Elliot. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know, man. Everybody, man.
People want to say like, well, with Kendrick's album and the success he had, do you feel like with like you coming out and Wale and Sean that you're kind of like you type of guy building a whole new, like a new golden age?
We have to, because
a new golden age.
We have to, because if me, Kendrick, Drake, put it like this,
that,
if not
Tony.
us, then who? The shit is gonna die. Because you can't just keep, and I love you talking to a nigga that loves Jay-Z, loves Kanye West, loves Nas, but at some point you gotta stop acting like nobody can do it better. Because if you really hold on to that belief, you're never gonna see the niggas that actually might be taking it to another place. You know what I mean? Like if you always praising Michael Jordan, and we love Michael Jordan, you're never gonna realize that LeBron James is amazing. You know, Kevin Durant is amazing. Like
it all goes back to LeBron. It all goes back to LeBron.
It all goes back to LeBron.
You should get into a rap battle.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
I feel like that's just.
I feel
like those things are of the moment.
You're qualified.
Yeah, no, I'm.
You know what
no,
I'm saying? Like
I'd hold it down. I do. Like I really do this. Like as far as writing goes, and it would have.
Do you? Do you really do it? Do you really do it? Shout out to Tony. You can't bring the future back. You can't. You can just evolve and get better and try to do what you did previously times 20. But niggas be stuck in the moment trying to relive the past. Shout out to the cousin Raphael for helping contribute to the goal. Thank you so much, Raphael, as always, donating and holding the chat down.
Have to be warranted because it would be scathing. The bars would be scathing. I can't just do it I can't be the first one. You know, I'm always. You
wouldn't do it for sport ever?
Like just to call someone out?
Like, no, like after Kendrick's thing, you wouldn't. I noticed you didn't really get into that too much. So
I just like, I don't know. It just wasn't real to me. It's like, I saw him after that and it was just like love. So it's like, was that real or was that just like for the people? You know what I mean?
I think it's a sparring kind of sport.
Yeah, but
you know,
having this stance, especially with the previous clip that we just saw about him saying he's open to competition, to seeing who's the best, and then you have a record where Kendrick is literally saying, I fuck with y'all. Y'all the best, but I want to compete with y'all. I want to prove I'm better than y'all. And now you get in front of Angie Martinez and you fucking crying like a bitch. Yes, Raphael, he was scared.
At the same time, it's like, you know, then let it be real then, you know, I mean, because those were harsh words, right?
Those
so
were
it's
harsh
like,
words.
You can't just say that and then see me and be like, yeah, man, what's up? Pretending like nothing ever happened. Like, that's not.
He's so emotional. He's so emotional. How dare you fucking try to battle me? How dare you? How dare you try to be competitive with me? I took you on tour, little nigga. How dare you think you can challenge me? I gave you your first big moment. What a bitch.
Not real. That's not, to me, that's not like the nature of battling. I mean, there's passion behind it. There's anger behind it, you know, and I personally enjoy making like great music and bodies of work over like being the talk of Twitter for like 5 days, you know, over
But you
like,
seem just now a little irritated by it. No?
Really?
Yeah, just by even saying that it was a harsh
Very
words. It seemed like
irritated.
maybe it irritated you for a second.
Like someone yelled out Kendrick. It seems like nowadays people want to build Kendrick.
Nobody yelled out Kendrick. You just heard that in your head. When you go to sleep, you just hear somebody be like, Kendrick Lamar.
Then now he takes a competitive stance with a verse like Control. And then you said that, you know, he's not murdering you in any platform. But, you know, that's where that rivalry, that's where people want to try to build. That's if you want to try to build a rivalry. Like, what's your take on that? Do you feel like that they're trying to create a competition that he's not on your level because of your accomplishments? Like, do you feel like they're trying to hype this and elevate it too much?
Nah, I feel like that's it. It's like, you know, he's the new guy to love. And of course, I mean, rightfully so. He's super talented.
He's the new guy to love. He was so mad. Niggas was giving Kendrick props. So mad about it.
You know, he's the new guy to love. And of course, I mean, rightfully so. He's super talented. You know, he is the underdog that's extremely hungry. You know what I'm saying? And he's doing his thing really well. And that verse was, he's giving people like moments, you know, like that verse was a moment to talk about. Are you listening to it now at this point in time?
Yeah. Miscellaneous minds are never explaining their minds. Devilish grin from my aliens to respond. Peddling sin, thinking maybe when you get old, you realize I'm not gonna fold a demise. I don't smoke crack, motherfucker. I sell it. Bitch, everything I rap is a quarter piece to your melon. Yes, we know it. What are you talking about, nigga? We know it.
Okay. And then, but it was real cool for like, you know, a couple weeks.
But only one God for all the kings.
It's 2013. Kendrick
we
Lamar
talking
reached
about?
a new level of success that he had been dreaming about for years after the critical acclaim and unanimous fan appreciation of his album Good Kid, Mad City. He's heading on tour to perform it live across the country in front of thousands of people. Meanwhile, J. Cole is working on his sophomore album, Born Sinner, and the pressure to create a hit song from the label was no longer there. But after seeing the success of Good Kid, Mad City, the pressure to create a classic body of work was. Cole had initially announced his release date as his birthday that year, but on New Year's, he said it would be pushed to later in that year.
Your sophomore album, Born Sinner, coming out January 28th, right?
Nah, it's not gonna make January 28th. It's gonna be a little later than that. I needed more time.
What do you think will surprise fans the most about your sophomore album?
I don't know. You know, I don't even know what they're gonna feel. I know they're gonna, you know, I hope they're gonna love it, but I don't know if it's gonna be the production, if it's gonna be the stories. I can't tell. Hopefully they love everything about it.
At the top of the year, Drake wins his first Grammy ever for the best rap album of 2012 with Take Care.
Tell us about the ride here. Were you nervous at all? Because, you know.
We were watching it on the iPad, the pre-telecast, and it kept cutting out. And then it just cut right back on for the moment where they're like, the best rap album goes. And they said Take Care. And I almost was like, oh, I didn't like, it almost didn't even sound like my album. And then we just started going nuts. And we got out literally in the middle of the street, blocked cars. We all hugged. And then when I got back in the car, I realized that I had torn my suit.
Where?
So I stopped at a hotel.
So you stopped at a hotel and sewed it up.
And I told the tailor to meet me there, and she sewed up my suit.
Drake has like a bat phone. He calls and anything comes right away.
I have a button.
And he even took a shot from it.
This is your name on it. Oh, I know what it is. Why? Careful, the phone is up. Wow. T-shirt. With the t-shirt on. T-shirt on. That's great. T-shirt on. Oh my God. Fickle. Oh, I'm flicking this one. I'm a little shy.
YOLO is everywhere. At this point, the term YOLO had become a cultural meme, and people were literally just saying it whenever they did anything semi-risky. They were just like, well, YOLO. If you were outside at this time, you remember that clearly, and you also remember how annoying it got. And even crazier than that the parody rap group The Lonely Islands tapped Adam Levine and none other than Kendrick Lamar for a rap song called YOLO. The song was premiered on Saturday Night Live in January of 2013. Yes, you heard all of that correctly.
A dependable savings in your with money in your account.
Drake said that the saying was actually created by Rick Ross, but after his song The Motto, it became huge and was associated with him. The same night that that YOLO song premiered, Kendrick also appeared on SNL and performed Poetic Justice and Swimming Pools, although Drake was not there. At this point, we really don't know the status of Drake and Kendrick's relationship after their Club Paradise tour and collabs on Kendrick and A$AP's albums, but it's safe to say that as the year goes on, the tension will increase and the chances of their friendship maintaining gets progressively lower as this year goes on. And we learn in 2013 that there are some things outside of everyone's control. I have a feeling this is going to be the best video in the series yet. Welcome to Passing of the Crown, a 16-part YouTube series where I take a deep dive into the big three, their come up, their relationship, and how they progress over the years. My name is Jeremy Hecht. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, go back and start at the year 2009. I will leave the links right here. You have 2009, 10, 11, 12 to catch up on before the video. If you've been following, all I ask is that you hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this with a big fan of any of these artists. And of course, subscribe so you don't miss the next video. But back to the story. Drake started off the year by dropping his first single of his new era called Started From the Bottom, with one of the craziest and most expensive music videos he had released to date. Of course, there was a lot of discourse about where the bottom actually was for Drake, but regardless, the song became a big hit. It reached number 6 on the Billboard Hot 100 and became another one of those cultural memes and sayings. Later, it would sell more than 2 million copies within the year. The song was produced by Mike Zombie, which was a different sound and flow than his usual home team production, and this would carry over onto his upcoming album, which sonically was a different direction than Take Care. Let's head over to J. Cole, though, who's finishing up his project Born Sinner. After having success that even shocked his own label with Sideline Story, Cole felt no pressure while working on this album.
I wanted to clarify, you know, it's like the first album was not a disappointment for me, but it was definitely a learning lesson. You know what I mean? Yes, it didn't have that sales-wise, it killed the game and it changed the industry, but it didn't have that critical acclaim that I wanted, like Friday Night Lights did. That's really what got that, the warm-up and then Friday Night Lights. But I was so focused on the album, my first album, that I couldn't appreciate how big Friday Night Lights was. You know what I mean? Like that was critically acclaimed. Like that was a wave when it came out. But I was so worried about my album, I couldn't appreciate it and say thank you, you know, for that response.
But midway through the album, he did actually.
That's kind of crazy. So you have critical acclaim from Friday Night Lights. Everyone talks about that as a successful project. So you like kind of put it on the back burner and then you focus on the new album, but it wasn't good still. So what were you really doing? If you're putting all that focus, you didn't make it better.
Get writer. And funny enough, he used the book The Artist Way in order to break that. Doechii actually recently shared a similar story. I actually started this book recently, and I would definitely recommend it for any creatives out there trying to take their art to the next level.
Your process was different. This time you went back to writing lyrics out in the notepad as opposed to typing up.
I read a book. I didn't read it all the way, but I got enough from it that I needed. It's called The Artist.
And this is why you're a failure. How the fuck you gonna talk about a book and say you didn't read the whole thing, you just got enough? How you know what the end result is if you didn't read the full book, J. Cole? This is why you're not successful. Oh my God, I can't believe he actually said that.
Way, and it's all book. I didn't read it all the way, but I got enough from it that I needed. It's called The Art.
How do you know you got enough from it, from what you needed, if you didn't read the whole fucking book? Oh my God, Jermaine.
I read a book. I didn't read it all the way, but I got enough from it that I needed. It's called The Artist Way, and it's all about, it's for artists, any artist, whatever you do, whatever your creative medium is, it's for like Black artists. And so about a year into making the album, I had all this incredible material. I was flowing out, like it was flowing like a floodgate, but it hit a point where it's like, it stopped, you know what I mean? I'm like, it was too much, going to the studio was too much pressure. The people in the studio was bothering me, like, yo, why y'all around right now? Y'all messing my vibe up. So I needed to just get away, and I got this book. I don't know how I found out about this book. It just found me. Word. And I read it, and one thing it talked about was
you did not read it.
It talked about
Stop
3
saying
pages
that.
a day. It was like your morning pages.
You couldn't even do 3 pages a day. Jermaine. This is why I be kicking your back in. This is why I be kicking your back in.
And basically what it wants you to do is to wake up in the morning, and the first thing you do when you wake up is you write 3 pages, freehand, nonstop. You can't stop. You have to write the first thing that comes in your head. So you're like, oh, I'm wearing a shirt, I need to shower, I stink, went out last night, blah, blah, red pen, anything that comes to your mind. And that's how I got back into writing. And you know what I mean? And that opened up a lot of things. And I realized I like writing stuff down better. You know what I mean? Type. You get so comfortable because you could be in a club or be on the bus and you can just type in your phone a line that comes to your head. But there's something more intimate about writing it down. So when I was reading that book and going through that, that's when I started to reappreciate writing stuff down, because I got notebooks and notebooks full of lyrics. And there's like,
this is why I blame Jay-Z and Lil Wayne. Because they started pushing this shit that we don't write. We just go in the booth and we just spit off the top of the dome. Now here you got Jay Ketchup Cole thinking he can just go in the booth off the dome. And then he reads or halfway reads a book that tells him, stupid, write it down, stupid. And now he has this whole epiphany. Oh my God.
I also got a BlackBerry full of notes, you know what I mean? And I just enjoy, it reminds me of when I was a kid, you know what I mean?
What else did you do this?
Once Cole was able to break free, a lot of his writing came from this internal battle that he had between good and evil. Even his logo includes an angel with devil horns, a theme that would play heavily within Born Sinner, down to the title and the artwork. Maybe part of the writer's block actually came from him struggling with whether or not he wanted to be open with that duality and whether or not he wanted to actually admit that he was going back and forth between wanting to have a family life and really settling down and being comfortable with who he is versus becoming the quote unquote rapper and living the lifestyle with the money and the women and all the things that come with the success. A similar reflection that Kendrick had on Buried Alive after seeing Drake's success early on in the rap game and seeing him as a real superstar with fame and with the success and everything that came with that for him. Cole said that he played his album for both Drake and Kendrick while he was working on the project to get their feedback. But even though J. Cole dropped his debut album and reached new heights, he still seemed to look at Drake's level of success as something that he still had to attain. Before the album, Cole dropped his freestyle Cole Summer, where he said this: throwing thousands in the strip club with Drizzy. Difference is I'm throwing 4, he's throwing 50. Lord forgive me. And while reflecting back on how he felt behind in his position early on in the game, when Drake had hits before him, he said this on the same song: play my position the whole while still wishing. A year later, Drake put his key in your ignition. Talking about hip hop as a whole and how Drake stepped into the game as the new superstar at the time. He clearly still saw Drake's success as a level that he wasn't on yet. But to be fair, $4,000 at the strip club is still a song.
Always ass kissing, always looking up. Somebody said it last night. They mentioned Kendrick was starstruck. And, you know, we disputed that, right? J. Cole is the one who's starstruck. He wants to be up Drake's ass. Instead of going home, getting better, sharpening his iron, this motherfucker want to keep highlighting, oh, Drake is better than me. Drake is better than me. Drake is doing better than me. Bitch, are you going to actually do something to get out of that funk? And still have some type of confidence in yourself. Even if you do think he better than you. You ain't supposed to tell him, motherfucker. What is up with that? What is up with that? Even still to this day, when you went and joined that nigga's tour, where y'all was kissing and hugging on stage, you still playing second to this motherfucker who's lyrically not a better rapper than you. I don't get it. You are such an ass kisser, J. Cole. It's embarrassing. It's one thing to pay respect for somebody that did something for you, but you always constantly harping in these interviews about, in your songs, about how Drake is one-upping you and Drake is doing this and Drake is doing that. You're feeding his ego. You're feeding his ego, and that's why he feel like he could little bro you even though you older than him. What the hell?
Solid tip for the stripper, so you don't need to feel bad, Cole. But while Cole may have looked at Drake's success in that way, he had never been more confident in his skill in the music and his rapping ability. And in fact, he got one of the biggest hits of his career that came natural, that he felt really good about, and that he produced with Power Trip. Apparently, he wanted to keep his vocals on the song, but ended up caving into his team, who wanted Miguel to get on the hook, which was a great decision because their chemistry is amazing. The song peaked at number 19 on the Billboard charts and became certified platinum. Speaking of Miguel, Kendrick featured on the remix to How Many Drinks and tore that up. Kaleidoscope Dream, as you can see on my wall behind me, is one of the best R&B albums of all time, in my opinion, and one of my favorite albums ever. But let me know where you were when you first heard it in the comments. Kendrick also featured on Schoolboy Q's Collard Greens and Robin Thicke's Give It To You, and Jhené Aiko's Stay Ready. But back to
Q was junky.
On Schoolboy Q's Collard Greens and Robin Thicke's Give It To You, and Jhené Aiko's Stay Ready. But back to Kendrick features in just a minute. I had already recorded a video about the hottest MCs list and everything that went on with that, so I'm going to drop a part of that video here in the timeline, and I'll see you in a second.
Kendrick, I know you would.
Y'all, this is when those motherfuckers started glitching. This is the moment them niggas started glitching.
Told we were about to rap fix today, right? And sit down and do an interview, right? But that's not necessarily the whole truth. The whole truth is that the MTV Brain Trust got together, as we do every single year, and discuss who was the hottest MCs in the game. Yeah, man. And we went through about 15 of them, narrowed it down to 10. The 10 became 5, the 5 became 2. And you, Kendrick Lamar, are the hottest MC in the game, according to the MTV Brain Trust. Congratulations, man.
It's March 7th, 2013. Kendrick Lamar was just named the hottest MC on MTV's annual list. MTV had been dropping their annual hottest MC list, where they rank rappers based on their influence, impact, lyricism, etc., through a roundtable processing, including people like Sway and Rob Markman. Each list was based on the previous calendar year, similar to the Grammys. So in this case,
this list, it is so fascinating how still to this day Kendrick is able to get people outside of their body. This list had so many people upset. Even Kanye fucking West called into Hot 90, I think it was Hot 97, to complain about the list. Like, what? Drake was number 5. J. Cole, you weren't even on the list. You didn't even make it, nigga.
It was really 2012's hottest MCs. This year's list included K-Dot at number 1 and Drake at number 5. Just a year prior, Drake was number 2 on that list, and Kendrick was nowhere to be found. Drake was number 4 in 2010 and 3 in 2009. So,
hold on, let's see. J. Cole, so why J. Cole come to the front of the congregation? J. Cole, you see the reason I kick J. Cole's back in the most is because he know better and he knew better. And the fact that you continue to let this nigga little boy you is ridiculous to me, especially because you're older than Kendrick and Drake. But the fact that you were upset about the 2013 list when you weren't on the previous list and the list before that. So how dare you have a problem and you were on no list ever, especially not the last 3 years. This is the same shit that happened with First Person Shooter. You allowed Drake to put a fucking battery in your back. You allowed him, I'm pretty sure Jeremy's going to get to it, the Jodeci freestyle, but you allowed him to put a battery in your back for Jodeci freestyle, and you allowed Drake to put a battery in your back for First Person Shooter. If I ever saw you, I would slap the back of your head. Just pissing me off.
this marked the lowest he was placed on this list since his entry into the game. And J. Cole was notably nowhere to be found, but we'll get back to J. Cole in a couple minutes. Later that night, seemingly in the middle of the night, on March 7th, Drake released a SoundCloud Lucy that many consider to be some of his best rapping ever. The song was titled 5 a.m. in Toronto. On the surface, the song appears to include topics of your average Drake timestamp record, where he talks about his spot in the game and reflects on how far he's come. But with the context of that MTV list,
I probably wouldn't even be able to reach. That nigga's tall as hell.
in mind, this song sounds a little different. And there are many specific lines that stood out to me. The song starts with Drake saying, "You underestimated greatly," and then goes on to talk about his statistics. This could be a direct response to the makers of that list. But then Drake says, "Give these dudes the look, the verse, and even the hook. That's why every song sounds like Drake featuring Drake." On the MTV list, this could be a clear reference to actually a few people. In terms of the look, Drake gave Kendrick a huge look on Take Care by giving him his own interlude, as well as taking him on tour and giving him a feature for his major label debut, Good Kid, Mad City. But 2 Chainz, who was number 2 on that list, also benefited greatly from Drake providing him with the hook and a verse for one of his first big solo songs, No Lie. Rick Ross at number 3 also had Drake giving him a hook on Dice Pineapple, a verse on Stay Schemin', along with a hook and a verse on Aston Martin Music. They also appeared alongside each other on some of Ross's biggest moments at that point, including Pop That, Stay Schemin', as well as having him on Lord Knows off of Take Care. Not to mention appearing together on I'm On One. Drake also gave A$AP Rocky a feature alongside Kendrick and 2 Chainz on Effin' Problems, which dropped end of 2012. Drake had given Meek Mill a feature for Amen in 2012 as well, and he eventually, of course, gave Big Sean a verse and a hook on Blessings, but that would drop later down the road. Not to mention that Drake has written for Kanye before, so I wouldn't be shocked if he had written some hooks and verses for Kanye in that 2012 time span or in the years prior. Maybe something that we're unaware of. All that to say, it feels like Drake really felt slighted by this list. But on
Hold on, y'all. Shout out to the cousin down in Dixie. That MTV list bruised their egos, and an ego is just an overdressed insecurity. I think I found the video of Kanye getting upset. Hold on, let's play this.
I'm Rebecca. On what he believes would be a little funny, the
Wait,
Cruel Summer
no,
album.
this is not it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the actual audio clip, because that shit was funny. Hold on. What number was Kanye on the list? Number 7. Yeah.
I'm chilling.
What's up, man? Yo, listen, I saw you on the list. You came in number 7, man, on the MTV list. That's what's up.
Yeah, no, that was cool. Everything. More than anything, I'm happy for Sean, but I feel like he should be on top 5.
Right.
And the way he just be bodying records, like the way he started off that Mercy, like a lot,
Right. So you think you and Sean should be what, top 5 definitely? Maybe top 3? I know you, Ye. To me, you're gonna say you're the number 1 rapper in the world. So 7, does this bother you?
Yeah, number 7 bothers me because I think that Wayne is the number 1 rapper in the world.
Wait, you think Wayne's number 1 rapper in the world?
Yeah, I just think he's like, him and Jay and M and certain people are just like the greatest rappers of all time. For me, that
Mind
I
you,
feel like in order for them to put me
none of them are on the list.
as number 7, they had to bring up things that they didn't like.
Like what?
Like they didn't like the Cruel Summer album.
Okay.
So, and I'm like, that's a compilation. It ain't all rappers on good music.
Right. That's a great point.
Yeah, it's like we did rap. I mean, Cruel Summer got Don't Like remix, Mercy, Cole,
great records,
New God Flow, all on one.
Great records.
And
Big Sean had an incredible album. His first debut album was incredible, which is understandable.
And Click.
Yeah.
You can't name 5 records like that on no album.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But they want to diss me and be like, oh, we want to. He did Cruel Summer. We can't say that. He can't say he ain't part of it because he was on 8 records. Like they want to try to like ain't nobody bringing up that Diamonds remix verse.
Right.
Like there wasn't no verse in a year.
That's true.
That was f***ing with that verse. I don't know. I mean, like it's definitely not based on a body of work, but possibly it could just be like overall rap MC swag. You know what I'm saying? Like Sean is a great rapper. Period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It checks all the boxes. What happens is with them. With these type of judges and people who review, as soon as when you come in, like I had like the pink polo and the backpack, then I'm checking all the boxes of that Tribe Called Quest era and Jay Dilla and all that,
Right.
So they want to champion it. They don't like Givenchy Kanye. They don't like Kanye in a kill. They don't like Kanye in a relationship.
Right.
You know.
So you think this is what puts you at number 7 as opposed to number 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
I don't think it's like them going really bar for bar.
Right.
No, I said lucky I didn't have Jay dropping from the team.
Yeah.
Ain't no bar of entire past 12 months that's hotter than that bar.
No, that was me.
That's one bar. I come from this battle rap. You know, that's how I grew up in Chicago. I couldn't believe it. Like, I mean, I gave Sway his first TV, man.
Right.
I gave Sway his first TV.
He came over my crib in Newark, New Jersey. I was living in Newark, you know, doing beats for Jay and Beans and all them.
Right.
And I was getting a new TV.
Right.
And I gave Sway his first TV.
Right.
And really, I didn't really want to like even call to like even talk about the number 7 list. I just want to tell everybody I gave Sway his first TV.
Yo, these guys were out of their body, just upset for no reason. He said Big Sean should have been in the top 5. He said Jay-Z and Eminem should have been on the list. And he said that Lil Wayne should have been number 1 over Kendrick Lamar. Hilarious.
Down the road. Not to mention that Drake has written for Kanye before, so I wouldn't be shocked if he had written some hooks and verses for Kanye in that 2012 time span or in the years prior. Maybe something that we're unaware of. All that to say, it feels like Drake really felt slighted by this list. But on 5 a.m., Drake's feelings are really made clear when he says this. F them this year, I made Forbes list. F your list, everything's looking gorgeous. He closes that verse off by saying, I'm on my King James. I'm trying to win here again, meaning he's aiming for that top spot once again. So that was an initial response. Kendrick's response was actually very similar to the sentiment on Control and was all about competition. Here's what Kendrick had to say when asked about the list and the response from people like Kanye who felt slighted with their position on the list.
It's very important for hip hop. I love it. I love that they have debates like that. We need that. You know, it's competitive. A lot of people forget out here, you know, even though we're doing these collaborations and stuff like that, you know, and we cool at the same time, it's still rap. It's still competitive. And I'm trying to compete with everybody, you know, to be the best. And that's how I feel, you know, everybody else should think about it, you know. So when people feel like they need to make their comments, I feel that's needed. You know, you're supposed to feel like you're the best, because if you don't, you're going to get stepped on, because there's a jungle out there. You feel me? Yep.
Kanye had to say about the list?
I heard about it. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. As he should be. Be passionate.
Then on June 22nd, 2013, Drake and J. Cole dropped Jodeci.
That nigga said, be
And
passionate.
there's also some references to this very same list on that song. And this time, things felt like they could have been a little bit more direct towards Kendrick. Again, let me know in the comments if some of these felt like Kendrick jabs or if you think they were just general at the field type bars. I should run a clinic for dudes that think that they winning on some coach 50 M's for a 3-month road trip. Now, this feels like it could be alluding to Drake talking about taking both Kendrick and A$AP Rocky on tour, which if you add it up, it was 67 shows that lasted about 4 months. So that does fit that bar. And of course, Kendrick talks about that infamous conversation where Drake was giving him inside information about the industry and the game, because Drake was the first to really make it on that level of success out of the big 3. He then says on verse 2, oh, please stop arguing about who's the best MC. I think everyone would agree they know that you're not. And while this may have been more of a general sub, there was really only one person that it could have been directed towards when they're talking about they know that you're not the best MC, because there was only one person at the number 1 spot on that list. So even if it was kind of an at the field type bar, I think Kendrick was somewhere taking notes and just writing things in his notebook. I'm just as unforgiving as most. You bit the hand, now starve. It's not a joke. I'll hang you with it after I teach you the ropes. Now, again, to me, this feels like it.
Shout out to Sam's owner 10. Seriously, did they crash out previous years? Or are they just intimidated by Kendrick? No, they didn't feel the need to crash out previously. They felt as though he wasn't a threat to them at that point. We watched the episode last night where it was the tour and Drake was on it like, my show was already sold out before I asked ASAP Rocky and Kendrick to be a part of it. They weren't really doing him any favors. So he didn't see them really as competition or a threat. Now 2012, 2013, they're saying, oh, this little nigga's a problem. J. Cole put out an album, but it wasn't good. And he felt as though after Good Kid, Mad City, he was playing catch up to Kendrick. Kendrick had surpassed him. Now niggas is feeling some type of way about it.
Could be an ASAP shot or a Kendrick shot, because he seemed to have taken them under his wing, especially on that tour, and probably told them a lot of things about the industry, might have given them lessons about what he's learned when it comes to the music business side of things before they dropped their major label debuts. And again, alluding to what he had done for Kendrick prior with the features and the tour. Now, Cole and Drizzy were
always talking about what you did for somebody. Listen, never do nothing for me if you're gonna just randomly throw it back in my face. Whether we have an issue or we don't have an issue. Don't come telling the world that you did this and you did that for me as if I'm just supposed to be grateful. Mind you, I've been humble, I've been respectful, and I've acknowledged the opportunity that you presented to me in several interviews. We all just watched a whole bunch of interviews where Kendrick Lamar has given Drake tons and tons and tons of love. And then here you go and you say what you say on your songs. I showed you the ropes. What? I'm ungrateful. I bit the hand that fed me. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? I'm guessing he wanted Kendrick to give the rest of his career to him. He's supposed to praise Drake for the rest of his life the same way J. Cole does. That's where the issue is. Kendrick wasn't kissing ass the way that J. Cole was. Me giving you props in interviews when they asked me about the tour, the opportunity is enough. I don't need to get in records and say, oh, Drake is putting keys in my ignition. You fucking bitch, J. Cole. You punk ass bitch. What are you doing? He wanted Kendrick to bow down to him. No, nigga, I'm not bowing down to you. Fuck you. I came on this tour for one reason and one reason only, and that's why you didn't see Kendrick in the backstage videos. You only saw him in one, and that was like 10 seconds on the side of a stage. Because Kendrick came there with a plan. He just needed the platform. That's all he needed. He came there with the plan to collect your fans, whether it's 5 or it's 500. That was his goal. He didn't go there to be up under your ass and following you around like a fucking lapdog. And you're upset about it still to this day.
clearly talking about this list, at least in their own conversations, because it comes up once again in Cole's verse. Cole says, F your list, you lame and doubters. I'm undoubtedly the hottest, and that's just me being modest. Go check the numbers, dummy. That's just me getting started. And then Cole delivers one of his worst bars ever that actually required an apology, which is now bleeding out in the version on streaming. Which, speaking of streaming, Cole also had a Spotify reference in this verse, and this is 2013, so he was definitely ahead in terms of technology, which he clearly shows that he still is if you looked at what he did with Even and his podcast, or his, talk with Eve, where they're talking about and reflecting on the career. Cole's a smart guy. But also that showed at that time to me, I think Cole could have gotten away with that line if he wasn't on a song with Drake, but it shows the difference in terms of where both of them were at and how Drake was still the leader in terms of mainstream success, or at least outside of just the hip hop world. In terms of Cole's response to this list in real time, here's what he jokingly had to say to DJ Drama. And whether or not you believe him about not caring, he clearly did feel something because he put it in the bars in Jodeci Freestyle.
Cole's not on the hottest MCs
Who the
list.
fuck makes the decision?
How you feel about that, man? Because that's not the first
Somebody's
time
gonna fucking die.
they left you off the list.
This is some bullshit. DJ Drama.
J. Cole is here.
Somebody's gonna die.
He's got his Dreamville shirt on. And what you think, man? Like, as a lyricist, as an MC, as somebody who's quite relevant in 2013 and as of 2012. And
well, you goddamn right.
Why did they leave you off the list, Cole?
I don't know, bro. I don't really give a fuck.
And when you hear Kendrick talk in that
I don't
interview
know. I
earlier,
don't
it's
give a
clear
fuck,
that
but then
he
you
has a
go-
competitive.
Then you go and freestyle about the list. You gave a fuck. Why can't I don't understand why they just couldn't just be real about it. If it bothered you, just say it bothered you. I want to be on that list, and I'm gonna go back to the drawing board to make sure I'm on the list next year. It's not hard to say that.
Spirit brewing, and he's ready to claim that top spot. He didn't shy away from it for 1 minute. So he may have even been thinking about it beforehand, even before this list. But I think hearing those lines from Drake and Cole gave him a little extra motivation to want to take the competitive spirit to the next level and stamp himself as the best amongst his peer group lyrically. Just a few weeks after that list dropped, Kendrick received one of the greatest surprises of his career so far, and it came in the form of a Jay-Z verse. For the remix of Don't Kill My Vibe, Kendrick
Appreciate
made the
you.
artwork
Donation.
a picture of Kobe and Michael Jordan standing next to each other on the court, which was very symbolic of where Kendrick was at in his career and obviously how he viewed Jay with the utmost respect.
I gotta mute that for copyright.
Hey, Doug. That's grimy.
Look at Dave. Dave just be so happy. He's just so supportive and happy.
Hey, Doug. Mastermind right here, dog. This nigga had this shit for like a week, dog. Top shit. Play that shit for me. You heard it? You heard it? We all heard it. I was just secret, dog.
And this is another example of how competitive Kendrick is. He gets a fucking feature from Jay-Z, someone he looked up to, someone he tried to rap like. That last real youngest head nigga in charge mixtape, he sounds exactly like Jay-Z. And he gets a feature from Jay-Z. And if anybody else who was probably like intimidated or not, they would have probably just left that as what it is, just added it to the existing song. This motherfucker said, nah, I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna smoke this nigga's boots. And he smoked Jay-Z's boots. And this just shows how competitive he is. He wants to be the best, even if you are one of the GOATs, one of my GOATs. I'm trying to be better than you. And that's a form of respect that he has for Jay-Z. I'm a student of your craft, and I'm going to show you that the things that I learned from you, I applied them to be better than you. Not to be disrespectful, but to show you that I learned from you, and I'm an honor student. I'm top of the class, basically, because I learned from you. Other motherfuckers would get intimidated and they would shrink. Nah, he said, I'm gonna give you 2 new verses.
Kendrick even recorded a new verse to go up against Jay, which was probably a good decision because Jay
Shit, at this point, I could have just made the video. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Spoke that. But this was a big moment for Dot. And I think this paired with the hottest MCs list did have Drake feeling away. Cole's album, on the other hand, had a release that he was promoting. But when
And I know Cole was mad too, getting that feature. Kendrick got that feature.
Kanye West announced that his album Yeezus was going to be dropping a week before Cole, which again, I do think was probably intentional based on their relationship. Cole made the very bold decision to bump his album up to the exact same day as Kanye, similar to what Kanye and 50 had done in the past. He even got Jay's co-sign to do so. Keep in mind, Kanye's previous album, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, had done nearly 500K first week in sales, while Cole had done 200. People decided making this into a competitive thing where his fan base could rally behind it. Not only was Kanye dropping that day, but Mac Miller dropped Watching Movies with the Sound Off also. I really do think that this is one of the best days for hip-hop music ever, and maybe even music, period. I remember going to the store that day with my friends, picking up all 3 albums and just bumping them back to back to back. I think I ended up liking Mac Miller's album the best out of the 3 after a few listens, but I loved all 3 albums. Yeezus, of course, was polarizing, but I still did like the album. Where were you guys that day? Did you buy all 3? Did you listen to all 3? What order did you listen? And who had the best album that day?
I
Let
did
me know in
not
the
buy
comments.
those.
But we weren't the only friends going to the store and buying albums that day. In fact, Drake and J. Cole went to the store and bought up the entire rack of Cole's Born Sinner album at Best Buy.
Damn. They probably got more than that, right?
Hell yeah.
Fans are gonna come here and you can't get one.
Exactly. That's how it should be.
Shit whack anyway. Got to pick up a French Montana where we at. Got the French.
And ironic.
These niggas always been kissing and hugging on stage, teaming up against Kendrick all the time, trying to double team Kendrick.
If you look, the album that they purchased first was none other than Kendrick's Good Kid, Mad City, and Drake picked up the check that day.
On the front though,
We got the Weekend trilogy. I'll buy that.
yo, so I just want to know, like,
Yeah,
who's
they
paying
bought
because I got my
one.
bank account.
It's all me.
They bought
one.
He even so casually said that single purchase of one Take Care album might have had him hit the 2 million mark for Take Care total sales, which was a light flex.
If Kwani in here, if you don't get to it before me, clip this scene and tweet. They've been botting since the beginning of the time. Shout out to Down in Dixie. Notice how Drake is the only one using features, collabs, and opening acts as a weapon to take credit for everybody else's success. Yeah, when you pull up his discography or his streaming, it's nothing but a bunch of features associated with them. And he's the featured artist more than likely, and they're carrying him. It's just what it is.
You let me finish buying you. They need one. They said there ain't no more CDs, man.
We'll give them one. Tell them we'll give them.
We're gonna give y'all a CD in a second. I need that scan. Fighting reasons. All the shit's gone. You know, shit, we need to restock. We need to get on the phone Columbia. Period.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, most people bought your album to Kanye.
Oh!
Son.
They bought it more than Kanye. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh! No, that's crazy.
I need the one sale, son.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to 2 million.
I mean, you double already, right?
Yeah, I think so. Right?
That's dope. I think so.
I don't know. Are we?
I lost count. I think I was.
88, 70.
She was in that motherfucker lying her ass off, because if I recall, I think eventually Born Sinner outsold J. Cole, but that first week, Yeezus was the best-selling album. So she was in that bitch lying.
That's 88. 888.
That's a receipt right there.
That's a receipt right there, man. Real.
That's a receipt.
Real.
The night the album dropped, Cole brought out Drake during his $1 in a Dream show, where fans only had to pay $1 for entry, and Drake performed Started from the Bottom.
Been kissing and hugging on stage since Frank said kissing and hugging since the days of Jesus. Jesus.
New York City, if y'all don't make some motherfucking noise for a listen, you gotta get it. It's on the keep us the fuck out of it. But if you got a minute, I'm gonna explain the theme of the song. So we know you got most of the this other. I don't really take you, but. Get me out to the club and say I have, but I can't imagine how, cause I just feel like. That's what I'm talking about, man. Make some fucking noise for Jesus. Hold on a second. Okay. I know what show it is. I mean, instead of one, can I get one? I mean, it's fine. Cause it's one. This one. It's the one, nigga. Look. Man, this shit so weird that we had to restart it. Each time I set the whole like a James Harden, money can't go boom when you say it at the closet. Talk paparazzi, pull someone that's bar man, go to bed, cause you know the shit tight. Fuck all the flop when we make it to the bed. Switch your ass really close, starting for the bottom, yes, Lord. Just be studying for them.
Neither one of these motherfuckers started from the bottom. Neither one.
I was in Toronto in 2 hours. Just the beach with the kind of just started on my whole life. Y'all make some noise for Jesus. Y'all make some noise for Jim Crow. Yeah, sitting on stage, I gotta put that shit on my New York City, I'm fucking out, man. You know what it is.
Could you imagine paying $1 to see Drake and J. Cole the same night? And I just want to know if any of you guys were at that show or at any of the other Dollar and a Dream shows. I am jealous. I wish I was there, but we can live vicariously through you guys if you tell us the experience below. Kendrick had a feature on Cole's album, but ultimately fans were disappointed that he only laid down a hook with no verse, but Cole explained it was mostly a timing thing. Kanye did end up outselling J. Cole at first. His first week sales were 320K to 297K, but that was still a huge look for Cole, and a lot of people loved his album, so it did continue to build buzz, while Kanye's album was maybe the most polarizing of his career besides 808. So by the third week, J. Cole had outsold his former idol. He said, I only get brief moments to appreciate things. I get a 2-minute thought of like, wow, you really did sell more than Kanye. You currently have sold more records than Kanye West's album, which came out the same day. Then I'm back to focusing on what's next. Cole still seemed like he felt like he was behind and chasing certain things. He said, I don't wake up every day like I got a great status in the rap game. No, I feel behind. I don't feel like I've done enough. This mindset will change completely next year. One of the standout moments on the album was J. Cole talking about how Workout let Nas down because Nas saw him as the next guy to take the throne and take the torch for the next generation, but ended up dropping this commercial single that didn't really fit with Cole's vibe at the time. Cole told this crazy story where he recorded Let Nas Down and then actually ran into Nas in the airport and was on the same flight as him just a few days after finishing recording it, which the only way to describe that is God's timing. But Nas ended up jumping on the remix of the song and letting Cole know that he did make him proud, which was a magic moment for hip hop. I definitely remember exactly where I was during that time. You had Nas and Jay jumping on the remixes of the next generation of stars. Ironically, though, it was Jay wanting a hit that ended up letting Nas down about Cole. And Jay is the one who hopped on Kendrick's remix while Nas hopped on Cole's remix, which is an interesting dynamic. And I do think something about that situation may have caused a little bit of tension between Cole and Jay at that time, but I could just be speculating. Drake was gearing up to drop his third studio album, Nothing Was the Same, and releasing some of his best Lucy's yet, including Girls Love Beyonce and Over Here with Party Next Door. Ironically, on that party song, Drake mentions Compton and Nas. He said, but I was there, Nas, Don shit. A couple things sit on my conscience. With that said, look at all we accomplished. Yeah, sure, this ain't Compton, but this ain't a fairy tale land neither. We all lost mad people. The city wild. They gave the task to a purposeful child. Verses start to get a little more personal now. But that's because everybody else sounding so played out, though. Oliver North and the Cut doled out, though. So it seems like this could be a slight Kendrick jab, but also pretty subliminal and pretty vague. Let me know if you think those were directed towards anyone. But then he also says this later in the verse, and it seems like it could also align where he says, I'm back boy for real. I'm that boy for real. I got hits. You just a bat boy for real. Again, all year he kind of little bros Kendrick in interviews, so maybe these bars could fit that narrative. He also hopped on the Versace remix with Migos, which was a lot of people's first time hearing.
Always sending subliminals, always sneak dissing, but mad when a nigga say your name. How does that work?
About the buzzing Atlanta trio. Not to say that Migos didn't have their own movement going, but I do think that this introduced Migos to a new audience, which I think even Quavo and Offset have talked about in interviews.
The Drake verse on Versace, you weren't out, you were actually locked up.
I was going through real life, so I was like not really understanding and seeing it. But I do remember the first time I knew it was real, I was in the cell. I was doing count like early, like 6 in the morning, and he's singing the song as he do count. Like I didn't tell nobody why I was in there. It was lame. I ain't gonna just be, yeah, bro. And I almost cried, bro. I felt so sick. I'm like, oh, I got it by here.
He also dropped The Motion, which Cole showed love to, and of course, Jodeci Freestyle with J. Cole himself. It seems like Cole and Drake spent a lot of time together around Cole's album release, and I think they had a few conversations, including a few conversations about the hottest MCs list. At least that's what I think based on the bars we heard. Because Drake told Cole that he was dropping a group of songs in a few days, and he said he needed a verse back from him ASAP, which ended up being the Jodeci Freestyle verse. I personally think Drake had the better verses on that song. Let me know your favorite verse on Jodeci Freestyle. Drake was gearing up to drop his third studio album, Nothing Was the Same, and he dropped his most pop-heavy single yet, Hold On, We're Going Home. Here's what he said about the intention behind that song.
We love Hold On, We're Going Home, but what is that song about? Like Drake, no, I've been asking Twitter, I've been asking everyone, what do those lyrics mean? Where's home? Where you go? Like, what's going on? I don't know. I'm being real. I don't know.
Well, in my life, what's your name, by the way?
I promise he about to give her some bullshit ass answer. He's not about to answer this question at all.
Boy, what is it? Nikki? Yeah. Ironic. No. In my life, I'm at a place where I can't offer somebody that I'm with that much right now. I'm so dedicated to this. I'm so committed to this room that I can't really offer somebody the nurturing and the dedication and the loyalty and the consistency that it takes to maintain a relationship. Or, you know, I can build with you, but I don't know if I can give you what, you know, somebody that's not in my position can give you. So for me, what that hook means is like, you know, just hold on. We're going home. Just give me a second. I'll be there soon. And then, you know, a lot of it for me is also the juxtaposition from the female perspective is just like the line that sticks out to me the most is like, you know, you're a good girl and you know it. You act so different around me. I don't know why everybody, you know, there's something to be said for seeing potential. You know, I've seen potential. Those are all my best friends in the world right there. I've seen potential in women that they've told me are no good. Straight up, you know, like they've told me, but maybe I see something in them. Maybe our relationship is exciting. So with that being said, you know, it's sort of like me talking to a woman, but also me talking to myself. You know, that's really how I put it.
Apparently, they had a huge camp of producers and writers with actual tents inside the studio so they could.
That has nothing to do with that song. What? And he doesn't know because he didn't actually write the song. That's why he don't know.
Sleep there while working on Nothing Was the Same. And here's how Majid Jordan gave Drake the song.
Wow. And so did they just say straight up, we love this song. We think this would be a great song for Drake. And I know this sounds crazy because of what it did for your guys' life, but for a lot of artists, it's hard to.
This is supposed to be one of the greatest songwriters of our generation, apparently. That's what they tell us.
Give up a song, even if it's for a big star, if you wrote it and you loved it and you knew it was great. So tell us about that part of it.
Well, so the song wasn't something we just had ready and prepared and they heard. It was like we got back to Toronto and they were just starting the beginnings of Nothing Was the Same in 2013. So They basically put us in a studio, and it was like a studio camp almost. There were tents in there. There were like people flying
beats.
in. Yeah, make beats. Stay in the dungeon. Don't leave.
Like,
You cannot leave.
Literally tense. Literally
you can't tell
tense.
anyone you're working on this project.
We met like so many people that we now work with and collaborate with.
Yeah,
it was just crazy.
it
Like
was-
there was actually tents.
Yeah, there are tents
real
in the
tents.
studio. People were capping it. I
Real
slept
tents
in a
the
tent in
vocal
the
booths,
studio.
everything. Yeah,
But
it's crazy.
so yeah, we're making beats for like a few months, and we eventually get to make Hold On. I write the words over a beat that's produced by this guy Paul Jeffries, really talented producer, goes by 1985. He also produced Hotline Bling. And it was like R&B, slow, jammy, you know what I mean? Jordan heard the idea, loved the melodies and the words, and was like, okay, I can speed this up and like, you know, give it that like 4 on the floor almost feeling, like beef it up a little bit. So we did. And then we put it on a USB for Drake to drive home to one night. He drove home. We showed up the next day and he had tracked it. And they're like, we love this song. You know, this is the one. And 40's sitting there with his arms up in the studio. And he's like, we got it. We've got the single. We did it. You know, and we're just like, we're like, okay, great. This is amazing. Like, we don't really know what we did. We did this yesterday. And now we're here. And everyone's happy.
There's been a lot of like 24-hour life.
That's sad because you, like he just said, like they were looking for a hit and they went to these people for it, and you just gets the credit for it.
Changing Major Jordan moments.
Yeah, so
like
that
everything is just within the span of 24 hours.
It's just like
changes.
your whole day changes, you know? So
But things completely shifted when Kendrick dropped a little verse known as Control. And this isn't just for the big three. This is for the entire rap game. It's crazy how one verse can F up the game. It's August 14th, 2013. Big Sean releases a song featuring Jay Electronica and Kendrick Lamar called Control. And on that song, Kendrick had what I say is the most impactful verse in hip hop history because of the impact it would later have and continues to have years later. But even if you don't want to give it that, you do have to admit it's one of the boldest and most interesting verses, at the very least from his generation, if not ever. That was the moment that Drake and Kendrick's friendship became rocky forever. Kendrick name dropped who he saw as his peer group and said that he wanted to take the top spot from them, going as far as to say that he didn't want to hear another noun or verb from them. And I always wondered how he feels about adjectives. Bad joke. Back to the video. He also makes the claim that he's king of New York in a reference to a corrupt bar, which clearly upset a lot of people from the East Coast.
Nah, honestly, I didn't know it'd be so much speculation behind it. Just want to rap. You know, if anybody that know me doing music, I wanted to rap.
So people kind of was like, man, he's saying he the king of New York.
I think that's the case right there. I maybe have to dumb down my lyrics just a little bit. People that actually understood it and got it was the actual kings of New York. It's not about actually being the king of whatever coast. It's about leaving a mark as great as Biggie, as great as Pac.
Let's focus on the impact of the big three for now. Apparently, Drake did see Kendrick the next day at the VMAs, and according to him, it was all love, which seemed to upset him. And apparently, he felt a way about it and wanted it to be no tension or don't rap and mention his name at all.
Where does that come from?
I think I don't give people enough to talk about. I don't know if I make enough slip ups or enough mistakes. So I think that stories have to be, created out of thin air sometimes. And I think that's one of those things.
You should get into a rap battle.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
I feel like that's just.
I
feel like those things are of the moment.
Yeah, but you are.
I feel like those things are of the moment. Like it's above him. This is beneath him.
You're qualified.
Yeah, no,
You know what I'm
no.
saying? Like
I'd hold it down.
You'd be enjoyable.
Yeah, but I do like I really do this like as far as writing goes, and it would have to be warranted because it would be scathing. The bars would be scathing. I can't just do it I can't be the first one. I'm always
You wouldn't do it for sport ever?
like just to someone out.
Like after Kendrick's thing, you wouldn't. I noticed you didn't really get into that too much. So
I just I don't know. It just wasn't real to me. It's like I saw him after that, and it was just like love. So it's like, was that real or was that just like for the people? You know what I mean?
I think it's a sparring kind of sport.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like then let it be real. Then because those were harsh words, right? So it's like, you can't just say that and then see me and be.
Those were harsh words. All this nigga said was, I want to take your fans. You the best. I want to battle. Let's battle. Those are harsh words.
be like, yeah, man, what's up? Pretending like nothing ever happened. Like, that's not real. That's not, to me, that's not like
So you
the
wouldn't-
nature of battling. I mean, there's passion behind it. There's anger behind it, you know, and I personally enjoy making like great music and bodies of work over like being the talk of Twitter for like 5 days, you know, over
But you
like,
seem just now a little irritated by it.
Pissed off.
Really?
Yeah, just by even saying that it was those harsh words, it seemed like maybe it irritated you for a second. Is that wrong?
No, it's just like, I mean, coming from that situation, it was unexpected, you know. I wouldn't like it's sort of like
Oh my God,
in working your
Kendrick
way up
kissed
and
my
sort of building
ass.
relationships. I wouldn't expect you to like throw all the relationships out the door for the sake of, like I said, being like,
Mind you, the only people who were really upset were J. Cole, which was subtle, and Drake. Two sensitive bitches. You had people more mad who weren't mentioned. They were upset because they weren't mentioned. He is such a bitch.
the talk of the internet for
Right.
10 days, and then, you know, it's like now this, like, everyone's gonna forget about. I mean, people don't even care about it anymore.
So
but
true.
Do they? People have forgot about it, Drake. This verse and your reaction to this verse is exactly why you in the position you're in right now. This ass whooping was years in the making.
But now, especially this week, it's like, yeah, okay, moving on. Like, I don't know if it was worth it, you know, because there's a
Oh,
lot
it
of
was
people
worth
that
it.
were mentioned that I feel like can't really go back and fuck with that guy after
Right.
that. You know what I'm saying?
It was
Sorry, I
worth
shouldn't have
it.
cussed.
No, it's
You see how he's trying to get people to rally around not being cool with Kendrick no more. You see how he's acting? He wants them not to be cool with him anymore. He wants to isolate Kendrick.
Okay, I enjoy
But-
it. Get into
yeah.
it, Drake. Go.
But nah,
People think you're too nice. That's the problem. You gotta curse a little bit
nah.
more.
But anyway,
And shout out to Angie. Shout out to Angie. Because she knew exactly which buttons to press. She knew how to get under his skin. And this was live, so he couldn't scrap it. He couldn't tell them not to put it out because that's what he was doing. He was going in them other interviews talking hella shit and then coming back and saying, you can't put that out. So shout out to Angie for being a fucking journalist.
I mean, for me, you know, it was cool. I feel like the verse was great, and I understand what he
As a
was trying to
fan,
do.
I would enjoy a Drake and Kendrick kind of sparring
yeah,
session.
well, I'm sure you would.
Yeah, I
We
would. I'm
enjoyed it
sorry.
too,
What do you want me to
Angie.
do? You want me to lie to you about this?
No, that's good. That's
We
good.
enjoyed
I
it, Angie.
My
understand it.
truth.
I understand it. I never thought Kendrick, but there's a couple other people I thought would have called my name.
Why you never thought Kendrick? Why you never thought Kendrick? Oh, because that's the little homie. That's the little nigga you put on. How dare he step to me? How dare he think he can tell me to be competitive? Why not? Why can't people be competitive with you? The start of this video, you were in another interview talking about how you like competition, how you want to prove that you're the best. And then when the opportunity presents itself, you get in interviews and you cry like a bitch.
By now, I never did, but
Oh, is that what you're waiting for? The name call?
I'm waiting for it. I'm ready for it. Not waiting for it, but I'm ready for it.
He said your name.
Nice.
I'm not the guy, but there's a reason why they don't call my name. I'm not the guy. I'm not the one.
I like when you talk crazy.
I'm
Drake.
not.
Exactly, TT. Shout out to the cousin TT contributing to the goal. I hurt your feelings. You don't want to work with me no more. Okay.
Probably crazy. I'm being honest.
I know. I like that.
I'm not the
I
one.
think people think you're nice, too nice.
Oh, I am a very nice guy. That's how I was raised. I'm a cordial, very nice guy. I don't like confrontation, but I'm also not the guy, especially when it comes to rap.
Prove
ready.
it.
Okay.
Prove it, Drake. Prove it. Prove it.
Shit.
But I'm just ready. That's
Okay.
just real.
Drake said, it just sounded like an ambitious thought to me. That's all it was.
She knew he was bullshitting. She knew he was bullshitting. Angie Martinez has interviewed the best of the best. Biggie, Tupac, Jay-Z, Nas. She knows when she has a poser in front of her.
I know good and well that Kendrick's not murdering me at all in any platform. So when that day presents itself, I guess we can revisit the topic. 2025,
He
it seems
did
like
more
a
than
good
murder
year
you.
to revisit that. Drake says he was
Slaughtered
less
you.
upset about the verse and more upset about the timing of the verse because he had an album to promote and felt like at this point, now he has to address this verse in every interview. But my thing is, if it was so meaningless and was going to not be remembered a couple weeks from now, then why was there a need to address it? Unless it was actually an impactful verse beyond the moment.
That's
and it
right,
does appear
Jeremy. That's right, Jeremy. You get a point back. That's right, Jeremy.
that Drake took things personally. If you look at this interview with Elliott Wilson for his Crown series, which I consider one of his best interviews ever, but also one of the most impactful interviews in terms of his relationship with Kendrick because of how he reacted when Control got brought up. Just listen to what he says and you guys let me know what you think.
Like someone yelled out Kendrick.
Nobody yelled out Kendrick. You just heard that in your head.
Now he takes a competitive stance with a verse like Control, and then you said that he's not murdering you in any platform, but that's where that rivalry.
Brace yourself, y'all. He about to get real sassy with it.
That's where people want to try to build. That's if you want to try to build a rivalry. Do you feel like
if Kendrick was nobody, he wouldn't have been able to mess up Drake's rollout. Nobody would care if it wasn't impactful. That's just the truth. So now every time you go on these interviews, you're upset because they're asking you about the little nigga from Compton that you put on tour, quote unquote.
they're trying to create a competition that he's not on your level because of your accomplishments?
He's the new guy to love. And of course, I mean, rightfully so. He's super talented. He is the underdog. He's extremely hungry and he's doing his thing really well. And that verse, he's giving people like moments. That verse was a moment to talk about. Are you listening to it now? Okay. And then, but it was real cool for like, you know, a couple weeks. But like, if I asked you, for example, like, how does that verse start?
No, do you remember?
It'll go on and Complex and Rap Radar, give it like verse of the millennium and all that shit or whatever. Or maybe it was you that was like, is Kendrick Lamar your biggest competition like in this generation or whatever? Yeah. And I think that Kendrick has like the utmost potential, man.
In that same interview,
Kendrick Lamar has the utmost potential.
He also says that he's waiting to see if Kendrick will have consistency, hits, and bodies of work before he can really consider him competition.
When it comes to competition, I'm more worried about consistency. I'm more worried about bodies of work. I'm talking about hit records.
Which is actually...
I'm more talking about bodies of work. Do you really want to talk bodies of work with Kendrick Lamar, Duckworth, motherfucker? I don't think you want to do that. Kendrick Lamar has not one miss in his discography. That's a hill I'm willing to die on. And I'm talking about mixtapes too. Mixtapes as well. You got about 4 misses. You got about 4 misses.
Very funny. When
my first one was like my last one. This is a classic. You don't have one. You don't have one. Shout out to The Weeknd. Shout out to Abel.
You see how things turned out, and in terms of Kendrick's bodies of work being considered some of the greatest albums of all time, not to mention the one thing that really ended up winning that battle was a hit song. But in a lesser-known interview with Power 106 and Big Boy at the time, listen closely to what Drake had to say when asked if he would be working with Kendrick Lamar again.
When you heard your name, did you feel like, man, like that was kind of disrespectful, or did you feel like, you know, our names were just kind of thrown in there? And
I feel like he made a decision, you know what I'm saying? And it was a decision to make. You know, he was like, man, I'm either going to go for this moment because I know it's going to be a big moment, or I'm going to like take heed to the fact that I have real relationships and I'm going to like not do that. I'll be real. Like, I thought of doing that before. You know, I thought
his feelings were so hurt. I heard your feelings. You don't want to work with me no more? Okay.
Thought like, man, it would be crazy if I just went off on everybody, but it's just kind of like, where does it?
You a bitch. That's why you don't do it, because you a bitch. And you know you can't go toe to toe with people unless your name is Meek Mill. But you don't get bragging rights on beating up on a slow kid.
really get me, then what? Then every time I rap, people are going to expect me to be confrontational, and when I'm not, then it's not entertaining. You know what I mean? It's like it kind of puts you in a box a bit. So
I don't think that put Kendrick in a box.
I don't know if I necessarily
Shout out to the interviewer, because she wasn't going. She wasn't going at all. That's my type of pushback. This is why he don't do interviews, because people will push back on the bullshit he says. Let's listen to it again.
Then what? Then every time I rap, people are going to expect me to be confrontational, and when I'm not, then it's not entertaining. You know what I mean? It's like it kind of puts you in a box a bit. So
I don't think that put Kendrick in a box.
I don't know if I necessarily respect it. You know, we all make decisions. I'm sure he'll be good. He's talented as you know what I'm saying? He's going to have another album and another opportunity to take the world by storm. So he'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Even if it doesn't feature, you know, any of the names that he mentioned, which it probably won't, to be honest with you. I don't know who's going to go back from that and be like, yeah, let's.
Again, trying to get everybody against Kendrick. It's a pattern with him. And I know y'all, I am willing to die on a hill that they had a group text and he's in the group text kicking Kendrick's back into J. Cole. I promise you, and J. Cole is such a fucking idiot. He didn't realize what the fuck the play was. But then again, he's tired of Kendrick too, so he was willing to go along with it. And who gives a fuck if these people don't want to go on and work with Kendrick Lamar? Have you not realized that Kendrick Lamar doesn't depend on features? Kendrick Lamar doesn't depend on features. Why would he give a fuck if Meek Mill don't give him a feature? Why the fuck would he give a fuck if Wale don't give him a feature? Why would he care? He doesn't survive off features like you do because you survive off of features. So you think that's what everybody else got to do. No, that's not how this works. Kendrick Lamar is not a featured artist. Young Thug know that. You got a whole album and you ain't got no features on it. Stop playing.
Let's link up and you know what I'm saying? But he'll be all right. You know, he's a talented dude.
Does it make you like not want to collab with him?
Yeah, I'm good right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just about this album and me, and you know, I don't know necessarily if I feel like 100%. Like I'm not like, man, send me some, let's work. Like, nah, not really. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and shout out to Letty, who's a great interview, who was the one who asked that question and who was the one who was giving the pushback about Kendrick in that interview. But remember when
damn. Did I make this video? Because I swear I just said that.
He said he doesn't think any one of those people would work with Kendrick again. Well, he was partially right. And before I get into that list, I think it's also really funny how Kendrick calls back to this interview on Euphoria when he says,
you don't want to work with me no more. Okay.
That was my best Kendrick impression, sorry. But Drake was partially right here. It kind of took a hold of Big Sean's promo run for his album Hall of Fame, and Jay Electronica's verse lived after Kendrick, so most people still have never heard it. I always say that if you were a DJ, you could drop a world-exclusive premiere of Jay Electronica's verse on Control today, and people would be like, wait, this is a pretty dope verse. This is actually...
He wasn't wrong, because he was more than all right.
Really good. When did this just came out? And I have a feeling Jay Electronica maybe harbored some resentment from that, and there's hints of his back and forth with Kendrick that we never really fully got to see. But
put some Kendrick on. Nah, than that, other than cartoons and cereal, we don't know what these niggas talking about. We don't know what these lames, we don't know what these lames is talking.
Another nigga upset for no reason, allowing the comments to put a battery in your back. Kendrick ain't do nothing to you, Jay Electronica. He can't do nothing to you.
I'm gonna control you in a minute. These lames is talking about. Kendrick will body you. Look, you couldn't pay Kendrick $1 million. Kendrick wouldn't tell you. Kendrick could tell you himself he couldn't body me. Kendrick, look, Kendrick is my son. Kendrick is my baby. Kendrick wishes that he could be me.
Jay Electronica is set to have 16 more albums coming out soon, so maybe there's going to be bars on there for Kendrick. Who knows?
That was such a weird thing to say. Kendrick is my baby. What?
That and there's hints of his back and forth with Kendrick that we never really fully got to see. But
Put some Kendrick on. Nah, other than that, other than cartoons and cereal, we don't know what these niggas talking about. We don't know what these lames, we don't know what these lames is talking about. We're gonna control you in a minute. These lames is talking about. Kendrick will body you. Look, you couldn't pay Kendrick $1 million. Kendrick wouldn't tell you. Kendrick could tell you himself he couldn't body me. Kendrick, look, Kendrick is my son. Kendrick is my baby. Kendrick wishes that he could be me.
Jay Electronica is set to have 16 more albums coming.
What Kendrick say about him? Another what do you say, another false or another dead prophet, hoping God will give him life.
Coming out soon. So maybe there's going to be bars on there for Kendrick. Who knows? Or maybe it will be about God and UFOs like we've seen so far. We never saw Kendrick do a verse with A$AP, Meek Mill, or Big Crit again. He's been cool with Tyler for a long time, but no music. Mac Miller did work with Kendrick, even though he did have to trick him into doing the collab. Kendrick was recording radio drops in Mac's studio, but Mac had an instrumental ready.
That just goes to show those niggas are not featuring with him because they don't want to feature with him. I mean, maybe besides Big Sean, but Big Sean is always talking about Kendrick in his damn music. But Mac Miller had to trick him onto a feature. Not because he was looking for a feature. Nobody give a fuck.
Or Dot.
He was about to leave the studio. He had like the headphones on. I told the engineer just to like put the beat on the Pro Tools. Like he was literally walking out and heard the beat and he got right into creation mode.
You tricked him to do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I always tell people if you're speaking to me and do not have music playing. Yeah. In my head, it's like, so I figured that he would be the same.
Of course, him and Cole had a song on Born Sinner where Kendrick did the hook, and they did the Black Friday thing where they rapped on each other's beats, but there was never another official song they both rapped together, which is interesting. Even the Jeezy song with them both on it, they didn't both rap verses. We never saw them actually rap along.
Wait, y'all remember when what is his name? Read My Soul said Jay Electronica had the best control verse.
Alongside each other, besides the collab project that never came out. Why do you guys think that is? Let me know in the comments. One man who did jump to reach the bar of competition that Kendrick set and didn't shy away from it at all was none other than Pusha T. In fact, Push said Kendrick thanked him for fully understanding the mission he was on during Control, unlike some of his other peers.
You know, the Control thing, man, like, you know, as soon as he saw me, he said, yo, thank you so much for just, you know, for understanding and not taking the verse the wrong way.
I like that.
And I was like, or
pulling out that fire.
I understand. Like, I listen to rap.
Right.
I understand.
It's the sport of hip hop.
It's the sport. It's the sport of hip hop. And I looked at it like, man, you know, he shouted out his peers. And he was like, yo, you know, I want to take something from your fan base, Mac Miller's fan base. You know, I want to take all of that. When is that not the mission?
Which, to me, a lot of the rap battle that we ended up seeing could have been.
Yeah, Push. We know that was the Clips mission recently, too. But that's another story for another day.
Avoided had people.
A very successful mission.
Really just taken into consideration what Kendrick was attempting to do and understood that he was really trying to light a fire under his peer group and raise the bar of competition. If Drake saw things like Pusha did, we might have avoided that battle altogether. But like Kanye said, I guess we'll never know. But you can tell that Drake felt slighted. Almost looked at Kendrick as his little brother who he didn't want to fully spend any time on. And he saw Kendrick as still somebody who had aspirations of reaching where Drake's at. Like he said, he was hoping to get on Kanye's level. But the thing about it is, they're in the same generation, whether Drake liked it or not. They were peers at that time. And the people mentioned in that verse were their peer group. And this is also always a bit confusing to me. And I honestly don't think that Drake needed to take this as personally as he did. If you look at, in a second, some of the other artists that were mentioned and how they took this verse and how they reacted and they responded, we might not see this battle in 2024 had this been received differently from Drake. And also, you can look back at my videos 4 to 5 years ago when I speak about this, and I have the same opinion now as I did then. But don't get it twisted, Drake is extremely competitive, and it comes out in some of these other interviews. You can tell that he still wants that top spot, that he cares about how he's viewed, that he has a competitive nature innately within him, which is why I was confused.
Jeremy, just because he says he's competitive and he wants to be at the top, the only truth in those things that he's saying is the truth is that he wants to be on top. but he's just saying he's competitive just to say it. He's not actually competitive, because if he was competitive, instead of crying in interviews, he would get in the booth and say niggas' names instead of getting in the booth and sneak this. And then when people ask him about it, he's saying, no, that's not that. So I've noticed this is a thing with people and Drake. They like to say he's a lot of things, but his actions prove the opposite. Right before the battle, it was, oh, he's strategic, he's smart, he's a war veteran, seasoned in preparation. This motherfucker got outmaneuvered in every single way possible. So where's all the smarts y'all always talking about? Where's all the strategy that y'all be talking about? Where's all the competitive nature that y'all be talking about? This motherfucker is not competitive. This motherfucker intended to use, first of all, they intended to double team Kendrick. That's what they intended to do. And Kendrick was okay with going head up with both of these niggas because he's always felt like he's been better than them. First of all, let's start there. Drake was going to let Kendrick and J. Cole battle it out, and then he was going to come from the side and insert himself. That's what he wanted to do. But J. Cole's stomach started hurt, and the IBS kicked in, and he stepped out, and Drake got upset because now, oh, I really gotta rap with this nigga. I really gotta rap with this nigga. But it's cool. I'm confident. I'm gonna be trolling on the internet. I'm gonna be popping shit on the internet because all I gotta do is call my baby daddy Lucien. He's going to rig the game. He's going to put a muzzle on Kendrick. But when Lucien realized, oh, you're finally going up against Kendrick, a real killer, oh, we're not going to step in. You're not competitive. You want to be rewarded things without actually having to compete. J. Cole as well. But you especially, because you're more manipulative. You use things behind the scenes to get your way. And that was evident in all of those emails you were sending back and forth. While you're acting like you're cool on the internet, you're above it, you're trolling on the internet, but you're sending letters behind the scenes demanding they pull Not Like Us off of DSPs. You're demanding that they pull the video off of YouTube. And if they don't, or else you're going to file lawsuits. That's you, Drake. That's you. So Jeremy and whoever else, I'm so tired of y'all telling us, oh, he's competitive just because he said it. If his action shows differently, stop fucking repeating it. Because it's not true.
When you look at the other interviews as to why he took it so personally, when it's clear that he has his own capacity.
I have the most streams. I have the most number ones. So how dare you ask me to come out and be competitive? That's what that sounds like. A bunch of bullshit, bro. Nigga, we don't give a fuck about the streams, nigga. We don't give a fuck about the number ones. Bitch, get in the booth. That's what we want you to do. I don't want to hear about you being competitive. I want you to show me. I don't want to hear about you. I really do this writing shit. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. And you didn't. Because you wanted to lean on J. Cole, going at Kendrick first. When that failed, you got upset, and then you tried to lean on the crutch of, oh, it's 20v1. Bitch, we don't give a fuck about Rick Ross. We don't give a fuck about A$AP Rocky. We don't give a fuck about Abel. You and Kendrick have been trading bars for 15 years. We know who the real smoke, who is with. So cut all the distractions, cut all the media games, and fucking rap. Rap. You use Family Matters and you put nothing but a bunch of filler in it. How can you put out a diss song and you only talk to Kendrick for 20% of it? And of that 20%, 15% of it was you disrespecting Whitney. You're a bitch.
And maybe there's a lot more that happened because it can't just be this verse that got him feeling this way. There must have been something else that happened around this time, whether it be on the Club Paradise tour or something else besides this that we don't know about that maybe will reveal itself in time. But besides Drake, Control got a lot of responses. Many of them were from people not mentioned on the song, probably felt slighted, as to why they weren't considered part of the peer group, like Joey Badass or B.O.B. And then people from New York were responding.
Don't mention Jovan. Do not mention Jovan.
Joe Budden gave a verse, as well as people who just feel like they're the best rappers in the world. Example, Cassidy, King Los, and even Kevin Hart got involved.
Dropper. Kendrick Lamar, you don't want this work. I body people in bins bigger than pots and dirt. I got porta potties in the dugout. First base, coming to my place, that mean you want to chase me. Drop.
And at first, I didn't think that J. Cole really felt a way about it. I thought he took it as competitive like some of these other people. But after an episode of The Bigger Picture where I claimed that J. Cole defended Kendrick from Diddy at a party, not like that, Top Dog told DJ Head the real story of what happened that night, and it's not what a lot of people think. J. Cole hadn't seen Kendrick since the Control verse, and the first night out was a Diddy party after the VMAs where Kendrick was taking a victory lap in New York wearing a New York fitted cap right after claiming to be the king of New York.
Now, what a fucking menace to society. The whole world is burning, and here you go in a New York fitted, and you pull up to the party to check the temperature.
From LA and juggling both coasts.
Nigga don't give a fuck about nothing. Ain't scared of nobody. Ain't scared of nobody or nothing.
J. Cole had gone up to Kendrick to ask him what the Control verse was really about and how he didn't give him a heads up on the verse coming. And apparently things were getting a little bit tense. Like, yo, what was this really about? What's going on here? And Kendrick was explaining that it was purely competition and just rap, like he said in interviews. But this was at the club, so it was probably loud and a lot going on. And on top of that, that's when Diddy came over and agitated the situation, unsurprisingly, probably drunk and pushing Cole and asking him, yo, you gonna let your man talk to you like that? Yo, you gonna let him say that on the track? You gonna let him say that in the song that he's the best, he's better than you? Yo, you gotta rap back at him. You gotta get on the track. You guys should go at it. You guys should. And apparently swung on Diddy. I guess he was ahead of his time. Maybe he felt a dark energy over there anyways. And Punch confirmed the story last year on the R&B Money podcast. And apparently Cole and Diddy had a prior back and forth almost altercation at the club before Kendrick was
Diddy wanted to party
anywhere near this situation. But he added a couple of crazy details, including this one about a bottle.
Another one of the homies walk up, he a little drunk. Say, yeah, y'all niggas, y'all need to just go back and forth and keep it on wax or whatever. So the two dudes who approached, they get into a little back and forth, little argument. What we didn't know is they had gotten an argument before we got there. So they was kind of continuing it. So, okay, things settled and we go to the VIP. So in this VIP section is literally the front row of the Grammys. In this one section.
Yeah.
And it's four of us. We in there like we in there fans almost like, yo, that's
yeah.
So the homie that got into it with the other one, he's sitting 2 steps down from me on the couch. So it's somebody right here, I'm right here, the rest of us, and then so the nigga came back to him. Ones who got knocked early, he's like, yeah.
Because that nigga's sneaky.
If you ever say what you said to me earlier, nigga, and he grabbed a bottle from the table because he got all of the alcohol choice. And he said, what you gonna do? Hit me on my head with a bottle? He's like, nah, I'm gonna break it on the table, I'm gonna cut your throat.
What?
So it's like a movie.
Right.
Like, ooh. So it's getting right. So it's getting intense. So the nigga standing on the ground, reached up and tried to grab dude by the neck. So dude reached around and fired on him, and they both fell on the table, knocking all the drinks over. So all these celebrities just in this one spot. It's a scuffle now, huge scuffle. So it just sounds weird with no names, but another nigga came who was best friends with one of the super celebrities that was over there. He came and started beating up one of the niggas that was on the ground.
Biggs.
So it's kind of clearing up, and he grabbed the nigga, put him close. and seen who it was. And this dude was signed to his his homie.
But that to me, let me know that Cole.
Basically, Biggs was playing security. Nah, I think it was Biggs. Maybe it was Emery. It was either Emery or Biggs. But clearly it's Jay-Z, the person that they're referring to as J. Cole being signed to. Insane.
Was feeling extra competitive in terms of he wanted that spot just as much as Kendrick and Drake wanted it. And he also did feel a way about the verse at first before that conversation with Kendrick. You can clearly hear it even in the music. It does seem like J. Cole and Kendrick remained friends with this whole thing. But he does eventually reply to the verse with his thoughts on this Justin Timberlake TKO remix. And he's referencing a woman that he's dealing with who ends up playing the Control verse. He says, "Thought you was a down-ass B till I found that a couple days ago. I was home alone. Next thing I know, that long-ass verse from a song called Control was on. The room got near. The tune got clear. That's when I seen that playing on your phone. Girl, what is that, a ringtone? Not you too. Man, that hype done got you too. Everybody and their mama gassed. Even my mama asked me what I'ma do. Decisions. In case this is war, then I load up on all ammunition. If someone wants problems, my trigger's on auto. I'll make sure that nobody miss it. Now pack up your you don't believe in me? I don't need you. I got me." So clearly here, he's referencing how he felt like he was ready. Like, yo, if this is real, if this is serious, if this is like a direct shot, if you want to compete like that, I'm ready to go on a track, which is interesting if you fast forward to 2024 and Kendrick dropping the Like That verse in a similarly competitive manner to this. But then he also references how he never leaned on his mentor or his boss for his success. He said, "Got a record deal and a college degree, 2 gold plaques. I produced all the tracks, and I never ever leaned on Jay-Z. And after all that achievement, real dude never even went and got his teeth fixed. Now you try to play me. You try to play me. I ought to knock your ass out." And then he sounds like he's like super upset at the end. It's funny he references getting his teeth fixed because Crooked Smile becomes a single for J. Cole off his Born Sinner album, where he kind of embraces his flaws and talks about how his teeth are crooked and he doesn't have the perfect smile, but that part of him is something he's
Jeremy is funny because why would you post this picture?
embracing, and that even though his smile is crooked, still proud of it. And that
Correct. Noise boy. All this puffing out your chest and all of that just to tuck your tail in the end. If you could depend on your OG, you would have. But Jay-Z was too busy still trying to be an artist himself and running a business. He had no time to pay attention to you. Plus, he was following Beyonce around the world somewhere. He ain't had no time to invest in you. But that's the thing. Even with him giving you the freedom, you still weren't successful. Kendrick's OG was Dr. Dre. Kendrick didn't lean on Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre would tell Kendrick, "Go do your thing and come back with the music." If you really look at Kendrick's career, there's barely any Dr. Dre there.
TLC song was super dope, became a big song off that album. And later you'd hear Cardi B kind of make a similar reference, but instead she got a bag and fixed her. When asked about it, Cole said, "That's rap, man. That's rap, man. That's a part of the game. It's natural. It's fine." But as we know, anytime someone says it's fine, sometimes it is not fine. But here he does sound more upbeat about it and says that Kendrick is his man and that their collab album is hopefully still coming out at some point.
After he dropped the Control verse and he
Uh-huh.
spoke of the collab album.
Yeah.
And there's no bad blood. Y'all are still friends.
That's
And
my
just
man.
collab album with you and Kendrick, the new Detox.
No, I think I don't know. Like, I'm sure that we're gonna do it. We wanted
It's been
to.
for like 2 years.
No,
like,
we wanted to.
But Kendrick did get responses from people actually on his list in the form of songs like Meek Mill's Ooh Kill 'Em and Big Crit's Mount Olympus, which might actually be my favorite Control response. Big Crit needs more credit too. And most people just took it as competition. Wale seemed to not take it too seriously and understood the messaging.
I think people are just taking this shit the wrong way. Like, he said my name. Like, he said my name.
When Wale is the one being rational, it's crazy. It wasn't Biggs. It was Emery. Get it right, Moni. Damn. I'm going to take this as you being sarcastic because I'm having a good night. So I'm a click off this and continue what I was going to say. But when you have Wale being rational and not emotional about it, you know you done fucked up.
He said a couple people's name and he said he's the best rapper. I say I'm the best rapper every song I'm on. I just don't say nobody's name. It's like implied. Like he just did it a different way. So, you know, niggas gonna say what niggas gonna feel how they feel. Like, whatever. Like, I got music coming out too, my nigga. Like, we all have music coming out.
Just want to ask him about Kendrick's verse real quick. You know it's causing all kinds of controversy right now. I've been offended if my name wasn't in it.
And same with Pusha T, he saw it as respectful competition. The two even did a song together that year, which I think was linked to Control. I made a video about that, so I'm going to insert a piece of that here. In fact, Push said Kendrick thanked him for fully understanding the mission he was on during Control, unlike some of his other peers.
You know, the Control thing, man, like, you know, as soon as he saw me, he said, yo, thank you so much for just, you know, for understanding and not taking the verse the wrong way.
I like that.
And I was like, Kendrick, you don't know I'm different, bro. I understand. Like, I listen to rap.
Right.
I understand.
It's the sport of hip hop.
It's the sport. It's the sport of hip hop. And I looked at it like, man, you know, he shouted out his peers. And he was like, yo, you know, I want to take something from your fan base, Mac Miller's fan base. You know, I want to take all of that. When is that not the mission?
On October 7th, 2013,
I'm not going to say what I said earlier, but just know I'm thinking it again.
2 months after Control was released, Kendrick was featured on Push's solo album, My Name Is My Name. And what Drake asked Elliott was, do you remember the first line of Control? And while you probably couldn't remember it off top, Kendrick made sure you remembered that
I don't smoke crack, mother. I sell it.
line, which a lot of you guys watching probably have remembered since you first heard it. He made sure that on this verse, the first line was memorable. You want to see a dead body? Which is a hilarious way to start off that verse. Pusha T said that Kendrick recorded this feature verse prior to Control dropping, with the video shooting afterwards in LA.
He recorded it prior to Control. Then Control came out.
If Control came out first, would it have changed anything?
No. Like, we just shot the video for nostalgia. I actually went to Compton, 134th in Piru. And you know, chill with the homies.
Okay.
Met Kendrick's family, his friends.
But I think that Kendrick had already had the Control verse written and ready to go around the same time that he wrote this verse, because the sentiment around the time of this interview he did in reaction to the Control verse was all about competition.
Very important for hip hop. I love it. I love to have debates like that. We need that. You know, it's competitive. A lot of people forget out here, you know, even though we're doing these collaborations and stuff like that, you know, and we cool at the same time, this is still rap.
And I truly think Kendrick thought this would elevate the competition amongst his peers with that verse. I mean, he literally says in the line after the name drops, what is competition? I'm trying to raise the bar high. Who trying to jump and get it? You're better off trying to skydive. I mean, he does then go into a 12-bar extended metaphor about how nobody can actually reach the bar, but I think his intention was to light a fire under his peer group and make rap as competitive as he once knew it to be. But that's not even the best connection here. The last line in the verse reveals that the entire time, Kendrick is telling his dad that his verses are crack and that he's closing the loop from his Control verse where he is selling it. He said, son, how come you think you could be my connect? I said, Pops, your ass is washed up, with all due respect. He said, well, then show me how it all makes sense. Go figure, mother. Every verse is a brick, your son dope. On Control, the next part after the
I don't smoke crack, mother, I sell it.
is everything I rap is a quarter piece to your melon. So it's a clear connection, and I bet these verses were written around the same time, and this was purposefully done. If you've seen the Dissect video about this Kendrick verse, every number in that verse was intentional. So I have a hard time believing that every line in Control wasn't as intentional. Kendrick first used this metaphor of his verses being like crack back on Kendrick Lamar OD, where he said,
this shit is so dope, you might want to be my crack.
So Kendrick has been thinking about this metaphor for a long time. Pusha T, when talking about the verse in 2013, said this about Kendrick: he's like the voice of the new generation, a title which Drake had often referenced for himself. And Pusha at this point had already thrown shots back and forth with Drizzy, so I have a hard time believing that he didn't say those words purposefully to get under Drake's skin. But it's interesting looking back that nostalgia was kind of a foreshadowing to a lot of the things that we see today. But Mac Miller had the funniest reply. But this verse would do more damage than Drake initially thought. He thought it was just this spur of the moment thing and it was going to be over within a week, because it did end up leading to an actual back and forth between them. Nothing Was the Same drops on September 24th, 2013. And on the album, we heard the back and forth escalate a bit. On the song The Language, Drake raps this, and it appears to be directed at Kendrick. I don't know why they've been lying, but yours is not that inspiring. Bank account statement just look like I'm ready for early retirement. F any dude that's talking just to get a reaction. F going platinum, I look at my wrist and it's already platinum. Basically saying he's already there. He's already got that success, and Kendrick is just trying to catch up to him in his mind. He's also saying they're gassing you up. Your album, your verse, your rapping isn't that good. You're not the guy. They're just telling you that. Even though Drake did say that Good Kid, Mad City was the last great conceptual album earlier that year in an interview. And also when he says talking that just to get a reaction, he's basically saying like Kendrick is just doing this for attention. Kendrick just wanted people to talk about him with this verse, even though he is giving a reaction with this verse. I am the kid with the motor mouth. I'm the one you should worry about. I don't know who you're referring to. Who is this dude that you heard about? Someone just talking that bullshit, man. Someone just gave you the runaround. People downplaying the money, but that's what you do when the money down. He's basically saying you're trying to just get a quick check off of this, and you talk about sales doesn't matter, numbers don't matter like that, but that's what you do when you're not at my level. He also refers to himself as the kid with the motor mouth, and that is interesting because motor mouth will come back later in another verse, and so just remember that bar because there is a response to that later by Kendrick. Then he says this, I'm about to roll one and light it, and F it, man, no one's invited. I got to kill off the weak that's got all you dudes excited. I can't even listen, you wildin'. I'd much rather sit here in silence. I send all my money to banks in the islands and eat with Italians. I do. People are funny. You don't even know about the shit that I've been through. I just want some head in a comfortable bed. It could all be so simple. Talking that shit with your back to me just so it always gets back to me. Now, again, him referring to that weak shit that's got all you dudes excited, it feels like he's clearly referencing Kendrick's Control verse. So this must have been written right afterwards or in the weeks after that verse dropped. But also where he says this, talking that with your back to me, just know it always gets back to me. I wonder if Kendrick had been whispering or had been saying things about Drake. Maybe it's about the ghostwriting. Maybe it's about his process. Maybe it was something on tour. Maybe there was something that Kendrick saw or Kendrick heard, and maybe Kendrick was telling people, and maybe that got back to Drake. Again, it feels like there's a deeper issue here than just this interview and this verse. But
why is it Kendrick the one talking behind Drake's back? Why isn't it the other way around? Especially based on the fact that we know Drake is the one who's been talking shit behind the scenes. There's evidence of that. Meanwhile, Kendrick is the one addressing shit in the interviews and in the music. So why is it maybe Kendrick was talking shit about Drake behind his back? I don't know. I don't get that point.
let me know what you guys think in the comments.
The language.
The language, yeah.
I mean, that's again very sharp on the bars. Very.
Yeah.
What was the inspiration behind that? Like, what made you feel like the statements behind that? Like, what made that record fit?
What
right?
statements are you referring to?
Wait, I got some here. I wrote them down. Well, you do a great job when
He went down to 9 strikes. Now he's back up to 10 strikes.
when you talk down, because I don't listen to your new shit. Don't ask for my take on it. Your shit is not that inspiring.
Yeah.
I gotta kill off the weak shit that got y'all excited.
Yep. I'm
It's
good
a
at
very.
that,
It's a. You doing that now? You killed him?
No, I mean, like, no, I'm saying, like, I like to get, like, what are you asking exactly? I don't understand.
Well, no, it's the competition in hip hop. I mean, obviously, you know, when you make those kind of records and you're making those statements and you're competing, are you deferring to specific things, or it's just about making the most boldest, strong statement that you can about your craft,
Well,
where you stand?
When I say something, I mean it. You know, like, I'm not just saying it to be like, this sounds cool, I'm gonna write this down. Like, yeah, of course I mean it. Like, it's just like I understand that people need something new to love. That is just natural human, like, desire.
But eventually Drake did an interview with ESPN's Marcellus Wiley and Max Kellerman. It's unknown the exact date, but let's assume that this was either late 2013 or early 2014. So we'll include it in this video for context. But apparently Drake was talking down on Kendrick and little broing him for like 10 minutes straight on this ESPN interview. He said Kendrick's not as good as him, allegedly, and he was actually dissing at him, going at him for real. For the first time publicly on TV like that. In the Elliott interview, a couple of those other interviews, he kind of dismissed Kendrick, but apparently here he was actually like dissing him. Eventually, ESPN got a call from Drake's team that said they are not airing the interview. They actually threatened Drake wouldn't the ESPYs the next year if they aired it. So clearly Drake was still feeling a way about either control or something else with Kendrick, or just how the public was perceiving Kendrick as the guy at the time. But for a second, it sounded like Drake was ready for the smoke. The crazy thing is, in 2017, Marcellus was actually a guest speaker at a USC class that I was at. And I asked him a question about this because he hadn't revealed which one of them it was. I had assumed it was Drake at that time. I asked him basically what Drake had said, and he kind of hinted at what he ended up saying in this interview in 2024, where he said, like, you know, he dissed the guy, but I didn't have a camera, and I also wasn't necessarily a reporter.
I would love for someone from ESPN to leak the interview, but they probably got that shit. They probably burnt that shit somewhere.
At that time, but it's funny, I didn't record it, but he basically said he wasn't allowed to say everything that happened. But it's funny because it was like a sports media class, so I was the only one clearly asking the rap nerd question, but I'm glad he finally told the story. But besides the Kendrick subs, the album became Drake's biggest success yet. The album ended up selling 658,000 copies in its first week and hit over 1 million in sales in a little over a month later. Like Drake said, back rub for my main thing. I've been stressed out. Talking to her like back then they didn't want me. I'm blessed now. Talking to her like diss drop, bet 1 million copies get pressed out. She told me, take a deep breath. You're too worried about being the best out. He got those 1 million copies out. And it's funny because you see how stressed he is, even in his bars here, about having the top spot and being the guy for his generation.
Is there a part of you that still even feels uncomfortable of the idea that right now you're in that number one spot? And what that means, like, do you feel like it's almost like when you're on a rise, to go for it is one thing, but now that you're the champ, to defend the title is a whole other thing. Like, do you feel that way?
It's just like, I don't care about I don't want number one spots. It's just like, you know, 4 or 5 weeks ago,
What a liar. You don't care about numbers? You don't care about numbers? Since when? Since when you don't care about numbers? That's all you and your fans talk about.
There was another guy that was not in the number one spot according to the entire world, and then next week, 2 weeks from now, when somebody else does it, all these discussions about, like I said, number ones and classics, and I don't care. I just want to make good music, and I just want you to enjoy it. And as long as we have that relationship for the duration of this career, I'm good. Like, I don't need to, like, I don't, you know. And maybe that's why people say I'm there, because I disconnect from it. You know, my uncle always told me something early in my life, which stuck with me, which is that while you're on the journey, you have to disconnect from the end goal. You know, because if you're just focused on some end goal, then you might get there, but it'll be hard to progress past that because you're so focused on that one destination that it's like, you know, you maybe forget everything in between, and maybe you could have done more in between. He always told me, like, just be here right now, live right now, and do the best you can right now. Don't worry about what that end goal is. It's great to have goals. It's great to have dreams, but it's just like you get too attached to it, and sometimes it could be a self-destructive thing. So, I mean, I just kind of try and progress as much as I can, like right now, you know?
The album was Drake's most concise body of work, and it became critically acclaimed, with even some of his biggest haters giving in here and saying that they respected Drake as an artist.
I had the best moment of my life the other day. I was at rehearsal, one of the best moments, and like Ghostface Killer called me, and he was like, and he was like, yo, son, like, yo, it's this, you know, and I don't want to out his business, but he was just so real about it that I just got to tell this story because I'm proud. So if he watches this, and I'm sorry, but I got to tell the story. He was like, yo, son, like, you know, it's this guy on Twitter, man, and, you know, he been pretending to be me for a long time and talk down on you, but, yo, you know, like, you're like, yeah, for real. And he was like, yo, like, I just wanted to tell you, like, you know, you're one of my favorite MCs. And to hear that from him, you know, somebody who, I mean, we all have looked up to for so long. And it meant a lot to me because I did take a risk by titling that song what it was. And I remember we had conversations about it initially, like, is this going to be like, is it going to stunt the growth of the song or whatever? But For me, I'm always into paying homage. You know, last album it was Practice, and this album that's kind of what Wu-Tang Forever is. I always kind of try to pick a classic hip hop song and make it my.
Isn't this the song that Method Man just came out and said that they didn't want to do the song or something? I think that's the song he's referring to. And Method Man was like, "What the fuck does this have to do with Wu-Tang? This shit ain't got shit to do with Wu-Tang."
My own, you know, it
Greatest songwriter of our time, though.
reminds me of sort of the interlude series that I have, like the Bria's interlude. To see, it's kind
Shout
of
out to
that
the
thing,
cousin
like,
Raphael.
I sort of
Thank you,
found a new
cousin.
groove with
Appreciate
that.
you.
So, yeah, I mean, I was so I thought it would have been worse than that, really, to be honest. I mean, and I have like a great piece to bring to you guys too, which is just like me and like Wu-Tang Clan all rapping together again, which is dope. So
to me, it's my personal favorite Drake album. I think that and Take Care are close, but to me, So Far Gone is the intro that made me fall in love with his music. Take Care was solidifying Drake as someone here to stay and having that consistent sound. And Nothing Was the Same to me is the best version of the fusion of melodic and rapping Drake that I think we ever got. But let me know your favorite Drake album in the comments below. But it was also a very vulnerable album in a lot of ways, especially on songs like Too Much, which he even apologized to his mother for on TV before rapping it because of how personal it gets. I remember watching that live for the first time.
Before I do this song, I just want to say to my friends and family, I want the best for everybody, and I love you all.
I definitely wanted to.
People tell him to give more personal, give more of yourself, and it just turned into nothing but misogyny.
I'm gonna fit somewhere.
Even though Kendrick had the crown during the Control moment, I do feel like, at least to me, the crown was kind of snatched back and forth between the two at this moment. It's like Kendrick might have taken it for a second with Control. He had all the attention. He still had the acclaim from Good Kid, Mad City. But once Drake dropped Nothing Was the Same, he kind of took that back with the success and the acclaim of that album. But you can let me know who you think really had the crown by the end of the year. I think it was kind of like snatched back and forth here. Drake was still clearly the bigger artist, but Kendrick was inescapable for every hip-hop fan and clearly for Drake too. Less than a month later though, Kendrick replied on his BET cypher, which to me was the most direct shots he got in the entire beef besides the actual diss songs in 2024. It felt like Kendrick was truly ready for the smoke and he was aiming pretty directly at Drake with these bars.
I do anything to replace y'all. Shout out to Face Mall. A ghetto boy till I'm unemployed with a day job. I kicking boxes. I kick ass and then kick knowledge. I'm way more polished than 99% of the scholars.
You thought I graduated.
I'm the master that masturbated, who your favorite MC into the industry
That
and
wanted me
assassinated. You either corny or
opportunist.
I let you eat, now go back to church and
Still practice at communion.
What are we doing?
I'm about to crack the
Da Vinci Code. Yeah, nothing been the same since they dropped Control and tucked the sense of the rapper back in his pajama clothes. Jokes on you, high five. I'm bulletproof, your shots will never penetrate. Pin it down on the donkey, boy, you've been a fake. I got my thumb on hip hop and my foot in the back of your ass. After that, get the last laugh. I serve you like Master Jeffrey, jump on the curb, turn the shiny to a verb. They let me, you know I'm a killer. I'm on your head, you know I'm a killer. The West Coast, coast to Nostra, under oath till it's over, you're over.
Nothing been the same since they dropped Control. Tuck a sensitive rapper back in his pajama clothes. There was a lot of talk about Drake and the way he dressed at the time, and the sweaters being a thing for Drake the year before that people would critique.
So they make fun of the way you dress. They try to clown you on things like that.
Yeah, but it's just like who am I supposed to dress like? Like I love the way I dress. You know, I feel like I feel comfortable every day. Like, you know, I just it's like I'll be honest, like I don't want to look like these other guys. Like, you know, that's for them, you know, that's their shit. Like I don't want to look like them, you know, and yeah, I don't know. That stuff to me is like, it's just not that serious. Like it could be way worse. I could be in like real trouble. Somebody could be, if like I've said this before in interviews, but like, man, I get to wake up every day and be myself. I don't wake up and I'm not like
Mr. 38 Accents telling us he gets to wake up and be himself. Sure.
I'm not sitting here waiting for somebody to be like, man, I hope they don't find out how old I really am, or like, you know, oh, I hope that picture from 9 years ago doesn't come out because that'd be terrible. Like, you know, it's just
That's funny you say that because a picture from a couple years ago did come out with story of Adidon, and then you were on the internet explaining why the fuck you are in blackface. You had to explain that. It's just he tells on himself. He just tells on himself every time, bro.
I'm good. Like everything's out in the open. Like, yep, I was on Degrassi. Yes, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I did blackface.
Like, I've worn mad. Yes, I wear sweaters. Yes, I wore a throwback Dada outfit, and it was crazy. Like
Dada.
I do. Yes, I did it. Like I don't give a fuck. Like this is my life. Like I don't care. You know what I'm saying? This is like
Next question. We got Jesse. Who you got?
Right here. Guy has a question.
This was clearly a Drake shot. He said, if you want to go there, we can go there. Before the end of the year, Drake did throw shots back on Future remix, where he told Kendrick that he's bigger in LA than Kendrick is, which may have actually been statistically true at the time in terms of their shows, because Drake was selling out arenas. Drake sold out the Staples Center in LA, whereas Kendrick was opening for Kanye on the Yeezus tour at the same arena, which is also crazy to think about that tour. If you got to see that tour, you are blessed, because we'll never see that again. And that was incredible, but crazy on so many levels. And, you know, ticket sales are one thing, but having your hometown behind you like Kendrick does in LA is a different thing, like we learned in the battle. But speaking of LA, Top Dog and Punch both replied to Drake's verse by saying, if this is the best they got, I feel sorry for him, LMAO. The kid made rap fun again. Everybody should thank him, hashtag TDE. And then Punch said, ha, 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 ha. That's it? Really? Kendrick seems to reference this.
Punch and Top Dog are so funny. They are so funny. You know why they're so funny? Because they'll get on the internet and they'll be like, leave that alone. Leave that alone. And they, of course, they are the ones who's keeping this nigga on a leash. Truth be told, they are the ones keeping him on a leash because, of course, TDE is still coming up. They're trying to establish themselves. They want to make sure they got everything in place before this little nigga jump out the window, because they can't really control him. And I was just thinking the other day, every time Top sends a tweet out, it's like, leave this nigga alone. We thought Top Dog was protecting Kendrick from the industry. No, Top Dog was protecting the industry from Kendrick. I swear to God, because he knew this motherfucker was a maniac, and they have been trying to keep him on the leash because he know he was gonna fuck some shit up. You motherfuckers need to be thanking Top Dog that he tried to keep Kendrick grounded. He tried to just keep it business. He tried to keep the business really. You on record telling some Top want to piece it up. No, nigga, Top is protecting you. Top is protecting you. Give that nigga, shake that man's hand. Shake that man's hand, because he protected you for 15 plus years. And once Kendrick said, okay, I fulfilled my obligations, I put TDE on its back, I got us established, we got our foot in the door, we got SZA, we got Doechii, we got J-Rock is still kicking, Schoolboy Q is making a name for himself, he got critical acclaim, Absol is still doing his underground thing. We good now, so I can leave. And soon as that motherfucker left, after Mr. Morale, he didn't even hesitate. Gun off safety, shot the nigga. The last fucking tour of Mr. Morale, he's performing in Mexico, and niggas is on the internet going insane because like that drop. He didn't even look, he just shot the nigga. Top Dog have been protecting the industry this entire fucking time. And you can't tell me otherwise. It makes sense. We thought Top was protecting Kendrick from the industry, but no, it was the other way around. And y'all need to send that nigga a gift because he let y'all eat for 15 years. He let y'all survive for 15 years. Now you motherfuckers can't even function. You motherfuckers are glitching left and right. Your music sucks. You're walking on eggshells. None of you niggas got confidence. He tried to save y'all. He tried to save y'all.
Back and forth with Drake on his feature with Fredo Santana, RIP, where he says this: I got worry on my, I've been gone all summer just to fly back home and found out y'all done killed my little brother. Is effed up in these streets. Why the F would I think about some rap beef? I got bigger fish to fry now. Empty out my account and I'll pay for sleep. Where's my bottle? Money change and people change, and people come and people go and act estranged. I'm aggravated because they hate it. Now it's interesting. I don't know exactly who he's speaking about in terms of the money change and people change, or, you know, the people come and go and people act estranged. I don't know if that's a Drake reference specifically or just an industry reference or just maybe some other people that we're not aware of. But clearly.
Wait, what happened? What happened? What happened again? Hey, TT, thank you so much for contributing to the goal. Appreciate you. Thank you, Demi. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. Well, what the hell happened? You know what? I don't even want to know at this point. I don't even want to know.
Referencing beef as in his back and forth with Drake at this time, but also it's kind of a similar sentiment to what he would express in his feature verse on YG's My Crazy Life the following year, where he's talking about like real life that's happening to him and people dying and losing people around him and having to drink to cope, which if you know Kendrick through his music, that's not a normal thing for him. So, you know, this is actually serious real life stuff that he's dealing with. And I actually hadn't heard this verse up until doing this research. So it's interesting to hear what his perspective was to close this year out. Closing the year off, Drake dropped We Made It with Soulja Boy, which felt like a New Year's anthem. I remember listening to that for the first time, but also on New Year's or the day before New Year's, he dropped Trophies with Hit Boy, which was actually supposed to be on Nothing Was the Same and ended up being in the trailer for the album. And then he ended up dropping it alongside Young Money for a collective project as a single. I remember this whole time so vividly. Going into the next year, though, in 2014, J. Cole drops Forest Hills Drive and takes the crown for both of them for the first time. That, to me, is Cole's best body of work and a classic album, in my opinion. And I'm excited to get into a bit more of a Cole-focused year. But don't worry, the drama doesn't stop there. There are more bars to dissect in 2014, and I'm really excited for 2015. That year is going to be special. But let me know in the comments what you thought of this year, anything I missed, and what I should get into.
All right, y'all. So that was 2013. Shout out to Jeremy. He's doing a great job despite, you know, having 10 strikes. Unfortunately, he got 2 more strikes because he said some bullshit. But that's okay. Y'all let me know. Do you wanna end the stream or do we want to watch the last video? I think there's one more. What 2014? It's 50 minutes. Let me know what y'all want to do, and because I don't have anything going on. Someone asked if you've seen a video another creator made about Drake's alleged son. Oh my god. Oh my god, y'all. We just had this conversation yesterday. We really did. We really did. I'm not going into no whole spiel. I'm not. But I do see that that's a hot topic right now. Drake's alleged son. I spoke about that a year ago.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Siri, I'm not talking to you, girl. Mind your business, sis. Thank you. But yeah, I spoke about that a year ago. But okay, y'all. So yeah, let's watch the next one. All right, hold on. Let me pull it up. For sure.
Kendrick Lamar is visiting South Africa on a trip
She's
that
staying
would
my
not only
business.
change his perspective of the world, but the entire trajectory of his music career. Prior to this, he had been working diligently on the follow-up to his critically acclaimed album, Good Kid, Mad City. But because of this trip, he actually scrapped 2 to 3 projects worth of recorded material.
It don't happen that quick. Or when was the realization for you that you're gonna be all right, that we're gonna be all right?
That I'm gonna be all right. When I went to Africa and I got to see other people's problems, they struggle 10 times harder, was raised, crazier than what I was. Going out there really inspired. I wrote a lot of records off the album just by visiting South Africa and being able to move around like I did. And that was the moment I knew, okay, I can either pimp this situation or I can fall victim to it.
Shout out to
That's the interview. For those who don't know, that's the interview where Kendrick says he came into the industry being a ghostwriter. I know there's all of this hoopla about poetic justice, the theories and all of that. I've spoken about it in the Discord, but I've steered away from doing any content on that. But it's just surprising for the people who like to harp on the theory, how they never include that clip. That would probably help the narrative that they're trying to get off. But yeah.
Rob Markman. We'll get back to this interview in the next episode. Kendrick said this: I felt like I belonged in Africa. I saw all of the things that I wasn't taught. Probably one of the hardest things to do is put together a concept on how beautiful a place can be and tell a person this while they're still in the ghettos of Compton. I wanted to put that experience in the music. The idea was to make a record that reflected all complexions of Black women. There's a separation between the light and the dark skin because it's just in our nature to do so, but we're all Black. This concept came from South Africa, and I saw all these different colors speaking a beautiful language. Kendrick's producer, Soundwave, said, I remember Kendrick took a trip to South Africa and something in his mind just clicked. For me, that's when this album really started. And Dave Free said, it was vital. I don't even think the album would have been what it would have been if he didn't go get that experience. He called me one night. He was like, bro, I just went through a village. He's like, dog, I took my shirt off. And I was just with the people. He was like, they were just hugging me. They were just hugging me and they were loving me. And he's like, I never felt love like that. I never felt that much love.
Now he was skin to skin with them. He can't do that now.
Love in one place. Just love, like the energy of it. And speaking on the influence that Nelson Mandela had on him, he said, Mandela was fighting for equality, served 27 years, 18 years in that small little cell, but still kept his mental capacity and still kept his integrity and his enthusiasm to motivate not only himself, but the people around him. It inspired me 100%. I took that experience and looked within myself for my own experiences. Okay, I come from a background of a neighborhood that wasn't so much perceived to be great, but I can't let these 4 corners define who I am or define who my homeboys are. I took that experience, and the whole concept about To Pimp a Butterfly was to share that experience with them, to go back to Compton and to tell them what I've learned. It was me explaining my experiences and what emotions it brought up from that experience and tell them, yo, it's something bigger than Compton and where we're from. Of course, you hear the Mandela inspiration on the song Mortal Man. You hear some of the themes that Kendrick mentioned on songs like Complexion and throughout the entire album. And Kendrick even referenced how important this trip was all the way in 2024 on Gloria. 2014, I went to Africa, baby, you was my passenger. Meanwhile, J. Cole had the idea that he wanted to buy back his childhood home, and the address of that home was 2014 Forest Hills Drive, which would also be the name of his album that drops this year. Cole spent some of his formative years there, and when his
Cole said he came from the trenches. I don't know. This look like the trenches to y'all? Nice house. Pretty cool. He was able to buy it back.
mom was evicted, he had it in his mind that one day he would buy that place back. This was the year. Cole rented a place in LA and was focused on making a concept surrounding this house and the journey he's been on and putting it into the music. He was more locked in than ever. One of the biggest influences that Cole had on him this year was actually the study and practice of meditation. He started off by looking into transcendental meditation, and eventually he made meditation a daily practice, which helped free up his mind so that he could create some of his best work. As someone who's practicing meditation almost daily for the past 8 years, I will tell you, if you have not experienced it, it is life-changing, and you don't need to completely get every thought out of your mind. Really, all it is sitting still, being at one with yourself, and realizing that your thoughts are not you, that you as a soul is something higher, something special, is something God made. And all the worldly things around you, including your thoughts, are things that are coming into your mind, but aren't exactly you. I'd recommend, if people do want to start, searching up 5-minute guided meditations on YouTube for whatever you're going through, for anxiety, for stillness, for calmness, for motivation, whatever you're going through. Just sit with a 5-minute guided meditation, continue to focus on your breath, and see what it does for you. And let me know if you did try this out for the first time because of this video. Hit me on Twitter or Instagram or in the comments and let us know your experience. For most of the year, J. Cole would be locked in and focused on making his album. But we'll be back to Cole to album time. Before that, we have a lot to cover. Drake started the year off by performing and hosting at Saturday Night Live. This was his second time doing it. And this was also a show that Kendrick started off the year 2013 performing at, where he performed a song that Drake was featured on, but Drake was not there. And they performed almost exactly a year apart. And it seemed like Drake had a point to prove that he was different from his peers in the fact that he could act, he could host, that he was an all-around talent. And if you think I'm reaching and just connecting this to Kendrick out of nowhere, listen to what Drake himself said about the performance. He said, "I wanted to prove that there's distance between me and the people you consider to be my peers. I have something special." Once again, this could be a reference to Control, where he didn't necessarily see these guys as peers. He knew that the public viewed them
still sneak dissing
as his peers. He was looking at Jay-Z and Kanye and Wayne as his biggest competition still. But he would be competing with those guys and Kendrick at the Grammys this year. Drake had 5 nominations at this year's Grammys, including Best Rap Performance, which started from the bottom. And Drake and Kendrick were nominated alongside each other for Best Rap Song with Effin' Problems, which would have been hilarious on so many levels had they both won a Grammy for that song. But hey, didn't happen. Drake decided not to show up to the Grammys that night and instead was spotted at a club with Rihanna. He said this about Rhea at the time: "She's the ultimate fantasy. I mean, think about it. Like, man, that would be good. We have fun together. She's cool and shit, but we're just friends. That's my dog for life. I'm not after pussy like I was 3 years ago when I was trying to make up for all the years when no girl would talk to me. But I haven't met somebody that makes everybody else not matter."
Once a lame,
that was wild
always
to
a
just
lame.
read that quote. But Drake would reference his non-relationship with Rihanna on the song Days in the East that dropped this year. He had a crazy run of non-album features and songs that dropped this year with DNF, Who Do You Love, Only, Grindin', Believe Me, Never Satisfied, and his own Lucy's Heat of the Moment, Six God, How About Now, and one of the most underrated songs, in my opinion, Scheming Up. Let me know your favorite down below. People now have a joke that I say, let me know what you think in the comments below 1,000,000 times per episode. So I'm not going to change it. You better let me know. But Drake's no-show wasn't just about hanging out with Rihanna, although that would have been reason enough in itself for most people not to show up. He was protesting, and what he said he felt was disrespect to the genre of hip-hop as a whole. He said, "It becomes more apparent how irrelevant our genre is to them. They were trying to utilize me to sell the show, requesting me to come and perform Hold On, We're Going Home, but they didn't nominate it for anything. They're calling me, emailing me every day to do some elaborate performance and bring them viewers, but I didn't get a nomination for Album of the Year. I didn't get a nomination for Song of the Year." Kendrick, on the other hand, was nominated for Album of the Year, and he was up for his first Grammys ever. His 7 nominations also included Best New Artist, Best Rap Song Collab, and more. And he ended up performing a rendition of Mad City alongside Imagine Dragons, and some things don't change because here's Taylor Swift dancing to a song that I don't even know how you dance to with this rock band playing in the background, but she was hitting every single word while everybody else was sitting down. There's this whole side of TikTok right now that is calling Taylor Swift a narcissist for making every moment about herself at these Grammy and award show moments where she's standing up and dancing. And I guess she's been doing, listen, one thing you got to say about her, she's been consistently doing this for decades. Kendrick even did a new verse that started with the same bars that he had been performing for years, including on the Club Paradise tour, which we played in a prior episode. where he talks about his plan B was to win your hearts before he wins a Grammy.
I need you to recognize the plan B is to win your hearts right here where we at the Grammys. My name is Kendrick Lamar.
But unfortunately, he'd have to stick to the plan B for now because Kendrick was shut out at the Grammys, which is so funny because now people talk about him being this Grammy darling, but he didn't win at all that year, so it didn't start off that way. He performed after he had lost most of his awards, and you almost felt an extra sense of urgency and emotion and heightened energy during this because I almost thought he was going to switch that verse and say, my plan B was to win your hearts before I won a Grammy. If he
Jeremy, why would he do that? Why was he going to do that, Jeremy? What?
did win, but he kind of had to switch that verse back. In my opinion, I don't know that to be a fact, but I remember feeling sad when he didn't win and seeing him have to perform, but he was a standout because of that performance and was a talk afterwards online for his stage presence. But the biggest category of the night this year was Rap Album of the Year, a category that Drake had taken home last year with his win for Take Care. But this year, the competition was even tighter. You had Kendrick in there, you had Drake in there, then you had Jay-Z and Kanye West. And instead of J. Cole's Born Sinner being nominated, you had none other than Macklemore, The Heist. And with all of that competition, some of the best albums of my lifetime, some of the best albums of all time in there. The winner is Macklemore and Ryan Lewis, The Heist. Now, listen, before the comment section goes crazy and slanders Macklemore's album, I know this isn't going to be shocking to anyone. It honestly will be the least shocking thing I say in this video, but I actually liked the album.
Of course you
actually,
You're a big
listen, there's some hits on there. He was independent, partially.
Your
it was a good
favorite
album,
rapper is
okay?
Big
It did
Sean.
not
You
deserve
think
album of the year, but it was a good album. But even Macklemore didn't agree with the situation. He sent a text to Kendrick that said, "You got robbed. I wanted you to win. You should have. It's weird and sucks that I robbed you." I was going to say that during the speech.
Speaking of, with Macklemore releasing this, do y'all think he should have released these texts, or should he have just kept it between him and Kendrick?
Then the music started playing and I froze. Anyways, you know what it is. Congrats on this year and your music. Appreciate you as an artist and as a
He
friend.
said,
Much
"Fuck
love."
the niggas.
Then he
Go with the white
reposted
man."
that screenshot of the text to Instagram and included another caption that said, "I texted Kendrick after the show. He deserved best rap album. I'm honored and completely blown away to win anything, much less 4 Grammys. But in that category, he should have won, in my opinion." And that's taking nothing away from The Heist, just giving Good Kid, Mad City its proper respect. With that being said, thank you to the fans. You're the reason we were on that stage tonight, and to play Same Love on that platform was a career highlight, the greatest honor of all. That's what this is about. Progress and art. Thank you. #Grammys. Of course, that year Macklemore was on.
If he was real, what he would have did was he would have pulled an Adele and he would have said that shit in front of everybody. If you really wanted to be real, don't wait till you get behind the stage and you see all the social media posts. A real bitch would have got up there and said, "Thank you, but I don't deserve this award." The same way Adele did when she beat Lemonade. If you was real and you really felt like you didn't deserve to win.
Stage performing Same Love while Queen Latifah was an ordained minister and giving marriages to a few gay couples on stage. But Kendrick had this to say about the move when he was asked about it in an interview.
I think it was uncalled for, to be 100 with you. When he sent it to me, I was like, okay, I could see him feeling that type of way because he a good dude. But I think for confirmation from the world, you know, he probably felt like he had to put it out there, which he didn't need to do. He didn't need to do, but they don't take nothing away from him anyway because I know where his heart is at. He cool. He a cool dude, but you know, sometimes the card folds like that when you.
Well, I think he felt bad, man. He and honestly, I don't know if a lot of people know, he came on Hot 97 before he won and said that he thought that, you know, he was going to end up getting the award because of things that he didn't believe he deserved. And then he came back on afterwards and said the same thing again. Yeah. Like he really felt like you had the best album. And I think everybody knows the politics of it, where it was just kind of like, here's this white kid who had top 40 success. So he was kind of on the radar of all the old people that vote in the Grammy Academy.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, it all boils down to how I feel. And, you know, winning awards and accolades is great, but it's not confirmation of success for me. You know what I'm saying? Going out here and looking at a kid and say,
this song changed my life. I was gonna do something to myself last night, you know, but I popped this tape in. That's confirmation. You know what I'm saying? So
the fact that he just said tape is why I love this guy.
real tough.
And Drake, of course, had his own reaction. In that interview with Rolling Stone, he said, that was whack as fuck. I was like,
Here he go. Here he go. Always inserting some shit about him. Nigga, just talk about if you think you should or shouldn't have won the award because you were in the category. You're upset because Macklemore said something about Kendrick and not you. Everything ain't about you, nigga.
One, why are you posting your text message? Just chill. Take your W. And if you feel you didn't deserve it, go get better. Make better music. It felt cheap. It didn't feel genuine. Why do that? Why feel guilt? You think those guys would pay homage to you if they won? This is how the world works. He made a brand of music that appealed to more people than me, Hove, Kanye, and Kendrick. Whether people want to say it's racial or whether it's just a fact.
That nigga said, I need a text message too. Drake is funny, bro.
That he tapped into something we can't tap into. That's just how the cards fall. Own your shit. But you can tell this also stemmed from the fact that he only mentioned Kendrick and not him when it came to who.
Exactly. Like, I get the point of him saying, okay, all the other extra shit about go and get better if you think you don't deserve the award. You should have said, I don't deserve the award. I get that part. It's the where my text message at? Where my text message at? What?
Undeniably had the best album that year because Drake felt like his work was something that lived up to Kendrick's, if not better in his mind. He said this, to just name Kendrick, that shit made me feel funny. No, in that
Not it made me feel funny. Drake is crazy, bro. He's crazy.
case, you robbed everybody. We all need text messages. But the drama from that Rolling Stone cover doesn't end there. Back to that in a minute. My name is Jeremy Hecht, and welcome to Passing of the Crown, a 16-part YouTube series diving into the come up and journey of the big three known as J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, and Drake. We started at the year 2009, so if you're here and you just found this video but you want to catch up here's the playlist. Go back, watch the videos, binge them, come back here. And if you've been along for the journey, all I ask is that you hit the like button, leave me a comment, subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss future videos. And that's it. Let's get back to the story. So speaking of that Rolling Stone interview, it actually caused a lot of controversy for a lot of reasons. And it would end up even sparking back and forth with the guys that Drake was considering his competition beyond his peer group. Drake had a cover story with them, but then last minute when Philip Seymour Hoffman died, they put him on the cover instead of Drake. Rest in peace to Philip Seymour Hoffman. Drake tweeted, they also took my cover from me last minute and ran the issue. I'm disgusted with that. RIP to Philip Seymour Hoffman. All respect due, but the press is evil. Drake would...
What is wrong with him, bro? What's wrong with him? The man died, bro. The man died. You act like you couldn't get another cover. What is wrong with you? The same shit with Nicki the other day, like we just talked about, with Whitney Houston dying. They are so self-centered, bro. So self-centered. Niggas is dead. Deceased. Never coming back, and this motherfucker is complaining because they wanted to go with another cover. Bro, you could always get a cover, another cover. You're still living. Oh my God.
Reference this in his, if you're reading this album on the song You and the Six, where he said, got to be careful around Rolling Stone or anyone that's trying to throw stones at me, mama. But beyond the cover, they put comments into the final version of the interview that Drake said he thought were off the record. He said, I never commented on Yeezus for my interview portion of Rolling Stone. I'm done doing interviews for magazines. The quote in question was Drake speaking about Kanye's Yeezus, where he said this, there were some real questions.
Drake, you know, if you don't say it, they can't print it. It's that simple. If you don't say it, they can't print it. You popping shit and saying shit about people off the record and then claiming you can't put that in there. It's a pattern with you. It's a pattern with you. Stop saying shit you don't want the public to know that you said. You punk ass bitch.
Questionable bars on there, like that Swag Healy line. Come on, man. Even Fabulous wouldn't say some shit like that. Damn, why did Fabulous catch a stray? Fab had to have been reading that somewhere. Like, damn, what'd you say fuck me for? But he also did say, Kanye's the reason I'm here. I love everything about that guy. But I don't know if that made up for the slight diss. But it wasn't just Kanye. It was also Jay-Z. While attending an exclusive art exhibit with the writer, Drake had some quotes that ended up in the article that he didn't think were a part of the interview and maybe thought were just in casual conversation. But his feelings about Jay-Z,
again, talking shit about people,
his current raps were made clear when he said, it's like Hove can't drop bars these days without at least 4 art references. I would love to collect at some point, but I think the whole rap/art world thing is getting kind of corny. But he did give praise to both of them and their song.
Why is he so worried about what other people are writing about? How can you tell somebody else what to write about? You talking about too much art in your rap. What's up with you? What's up with you in knowledge? What's up with you in creativity? What's up with you? Why you rapping like you trying to get the slaves free? Why you talking art? This nigga's a weirdo.
People in Paris. Yes, people in Paris. In the story, it said, when Drake hears a song he wishes he'd made, in quote, I get physically sick, he says, adding, it doesn't happen often. It happened in 2011 when he heard Jay-Z and Kanye's song People in Paris from Watch the Throne. I was like, how did I not think of that? Ball so hard that shit cray. It was real rap shit, but it felt melodic. All the cadences felt so good. The song directly inspired started from the bottom, he says, challenging him to come up with a rapped hook.
Imagine a half Jewish man think he gonna get away with saying niggas in Paris.
Just as catchy as a sung one. So clearly, whereas Drake inspired Watch the Throne in a lot of ways, The Throne inspired Drake equally. And before this interview semi-damaged his friendships with both of them, he did say he was on good terms with The Throne and said that Kanye and me are friends. We're plotting on getting some work done together. And then Drake says, and Jay, who will text him words of encouragement, recently called him the Kobe Bryant of hip hop, which sidebar is hilarious because last episode I said that it probably bothered Drake that Kendrick made the album artwork for his Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe remix with Jay-Z.
Jay-Z just be saying stupid shit.
Picture of Michael Jordan and Kobe. And I think this actually might
Don't
be
piss me off,
where
please.
Drake kind of switches his frame of mind and became the LeBron James rather than Kobe. Even though J. Cole also thought of himself as LeBron James and Hove as Michael Jordan. But everyone can at least agree that Jay-Z was Mike. But let me know what you think of all this in the comments below. The story continues. Not long ago, though, the air between the three seemed cooler, with Drake and the pair trading thinly veiled barbs in their music. I didn't know barbs was a term for disses. I'm just feeling like the throne is for the taking. Watch me take it. Drake rapped in one such moment of provocation. Hove baiting, emphasis added. It was a lack of communication paired with natural competitiveness, Drake says, explaining the friction. When something monumental is happening in front of me, i.e. the Throne album, and everyone's paying attention to it, you gotta say, I'm still here. But those two are gods to me. Oh, Kid Cudi is walking in front of the camera, which is interesting because if you remember in my 2011 video, Drake denied that actually being a shot towards the Throne and said that it was just kind of an at the field competitive bar. He said, you'll know when I'm going at you. But here he seems to admit that it was a bar towards them. What smoothed things over with Kanye was a favor trade. The Chicago MC asked Drake to perform at a private birthday party for, in quote, some kid. Drake says Drake in turn asked Kanye to drop in on OVO Fest, Drake's annual Toronto festival, where they exchanged praise and a big hug on stage. And while it might have been all good in his on-again, off-again bromance with Kanye West, this would spark a light back and forth on record with Jay-Z. Jay's shots were actually pretty direct at Drake. He went on Drake's We Made It beat with Jay Electronica, and he said this: sorry, Mrs. Drizzy, for so much art talk. Silly me rapping about shit that I really bought. While these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot and a bunch of other
call that man Mrs. Drizzy.
silly shit that they ain't got. Drake replied back a month later on draft day where he says, just hits, no misses, that's for the married folk. Tell them fix my suite up because I'm coming home. I heard they talking crazy. I was out of town. You know they love to pop all that shit when I'm not around. But when I'm here, not a sound. That'll make them snap, jot it down, go in the booth, and lay a body down. Basically saying, listen, because Drake was touring in Europe at the time. So he was like, oh, we're going at it now. Okay, wait till I get home. Let me get ready. I'm here. I did really like that bar. Just hits, no misses. That's for the married folk. Jay-Z and Beyonce being married, misses. I like that double entendre. Then he said, how the game turned into the Drake show. Dog, what the fuck happened to so-and-so? Where did they go? Too worried about bitches and fashion. They go missing in action. And then you never notice they miss it. And while Kanye was heavily focused on Yeezy and his fashion career at the moment and less on music, this could have been a shot at him. It also could have been an ASAP shot, but you guys let me know who you think that was towards. And even though Kanye may have thought it was a shot at him, publicly on the Yeezus tour, he said this: they always be trying to pit us against each other, and it ain't going down no more. So tonight, it ain't none of that. We love Drake. Also, Drake took a little jab at Chance the Rapper on that song, who had aimed a little shot at him prior to where Chance had said, sing all you want, just don't Drake on the ass, on a 2012 song called Family, before he was really popping. But Drake said, you should have followed all my moves, you won't realize till after. And if I left this shit to Chance, I would have picked a name like Chance the Rapper. Yeah, no offense, because I don't know him. But eventually Chance and Drake did link up together, so hopefully he got to know him a little better. But back to Jay. Drake took some more shots in an interview while sitting courtside at a Toronto Raptors game while they were playing Jay's Brooklyn Nets. But he said, this is the people's team, the Toronto Raptors. Jay-Z is somewhere eating a fondue plate.
Tonight, you know what I mean? Toronto Raptors, Jay-Z somewhere eating a fondue plate. Oh, we got the Drake and Jay-Z thing going. Yeah, it's our time where, you know, we gotta play, we gotta keep it competitive. It's an ironic matchup.
And shout out to Matt and Jack Armstrong, Toronto legends, who were with him in that interview. Get that garbage out of here. If you're like, what the heck did he just say? Where did that come from? Every time there was a block, the announcer for Toronto would say this.
DeMar DeRozan. Oh, look at this. Get that out of here. Get the what? Get that garbage out of here. None of that, you know what?
But Jay fired back on a song called They Don't Love You No More with DJ Khaled, which is interesting because, of course, DJ Khaled has such a long history with Drake on songs. But Khaled isn't really known for loyalty or really for standing up for anything at all. So it's not super surprising. But Jay said this: dude's talking down on the crown. Watch the people you round got you wound. Haters want a ball, let me tighten up my drawstring. Wrong sport, boy. You know you're soft as a lacrosse team, which I will say, having seen a lot of people growing up playing lacrosse, it's really not as soft as you might think. In fact, it's actually a pretty physical sport. You're not wearing as much equipment as
Three verses in a row. I've been counting because I wanted to see if I was tripping. But 3 verses in a row, you've dissected what everybody else said. But when it came to Drake, you praised it. I'm starting to see a pattern, Jeremy. And at this point, you're up to 15 strikes. 15.
talky, but people are body checking each other, slashing each other's legs with a pretty hard metal stick. Sounded crazy. I don't know if that needs a pause. All I'm saying is lacrosse is a tougher sport than Jay might have thought. So I will forgive his ignorance on the Canadian sport and his lack of lacrosse awareness. Drake dropped 0 to 100 in the summer, and on there, he was talking like he was at the top of the game. And some of these bars could have been taken as shots by Kanye, by Jay, and some even by Kendrick. But let's go through them. He said, "She ain't ready for it. If I ain't the greatest, then I'm headed for it. Yeah, that means I'm way up. The other night, lavishly told me that I'm all these people listen to. She said they love me unconditional. Imagine how it feels to watch another dude at the top. You know that if you wasn't you would be dissing you, dog. Damn, okay, from that perspective, I see what you're talking about. No way to soften that, because me, I was trying to find out where I lost them at, but maybe I ain't lose them at all. Maybe I keep moving forward and they're just stagnant. They ain't moving at all. But when they need a favor, who do they call? Maybe I'm searching for the problems, asking what was said and who was involved, too focused on people's feedback and proving them wrong. They say the shoe can always fit no matter whose foot it's on. These days feel like I'm squeezing in them. Whoever wore them before just wasn't thinking big enough. I'm about to leave them with them, because if I run the game in these, man, the seams are splitting, no pun intended, but they smelling defeat in the air, headed where nobody took it, who meeting me there." So those bars could have been towards Jay or Kanye. The shoe bars could have even been towards Kendrick, as we heard on Push-Ups, the size 7 men's bars. Maybe Drake has always made small shoe bars referencing Kendrick Lamar. Because if you look at Kendrick, Good Kid, Mad City, and the critical acclaim, and even the Control verse and the attention he garnered from there, maybe he did have that crown, or in this case, the shoe was on his foot, but now Drake is saying like, your shoes are kind of small. I've got the crown. I've got the shoe on now, and I could barely fit my feet in them. A, could, you know, physically, but also B, he says he's thinking bigger. He's thinking more about the future. He's taking it to the next level. And keep in mind the shoe reference for later in this video. But these last bars, I think, were subs at Jay and Kanye, where he says, yeah, been on the move like the lease is up, and I can't even name one person that's keeping up. Damn. F how it was in the past tense. Ask yourself, how do we match up now? Because I'm only 27 and I'm only getting better. If I haven't passed you yet, watch me catch up now for real. Again, the song was called The Catch Up. Who's he catching up to? His idols, Jay-Z, Kanye, Lil Wayne. But Drake was not done with beefs for the year. In fact, his back and forth with Kendrick would continue to heat up. This time in one of Kendrick's more scathing verses, where he makes it clear that their friendship is done. I tell him, all hail King Kendrick, resurrecting my vengeance. Been dissecting your motor mouth till I break down the engine. Remember, last episode I said, watch out for that motor mouth lyric from Drake's The Language on Nothing Was the Same. This is how you know this is directed towards Drake. This ain't no warning shot. This irrelevant henchman. See my opponent, then cease your existence. End in our friendship, baby. Either die alone. Again, he's making it pretty clear. No new friends for Kendrick here either. Your diaphragm is dietary. What you eating on? Capture your audience with these words, boy. Notice the boy here. Also notice the mention of audience, because we're going to get back to that next year when Drake replies. The Holy Chapel, the Tabernacle, the Book of Matthew, and Jesus staring at you. Take your turn, boy. See, it's going to take a whole lot of y'all to kill me. See, it's going to take a whole tribe of y'all to kill me. I never die. Which, Drake being Jewish, me being Jewish also, but I have read the New Testament, and the Pharisees, who were Jewish high priests at the time, were scared of Jesus because of his influence and continuously growing following amongst the Jewish people. And Jesus also wasn't afraid to call them out. He wasn't afraid to flip tables. He also wasn't afraid to call out the Pharisees for them following the rules of the Bible, but not following God's message and the actual meaning behind the words and acting holier than that. And they were partially responsible for Jesus's death because of how much of a threat he was becoming to their power structure. Now, Jesus resurrected, and Kendrick even ends his verse by saying, you can never live in my shoes. Shoes, remember shoes, permanently paid from God. The craziest part about this whole song, though, is the hook was sung by Chantel Kreviasek, not only a Winnipeg legend, Winnipeg represent if you're in the comments, my hometown, but she also was the person to sing the hook on Over My Dead Body, the intro to Drake's Take Care album, also one of Drake's best songs ever. But I bet you Chantel Kreviasek had no idea that she was in the middle of one of the most heated rap battles of all time, and she was probably just singing melodies. Great woman. But what do you think of this Kendrick verse? In a beef not as intense, Tyga called out Drake and said that their relationship in Young Money was a bit forced, and he didn't really like Drake. Tyga was asked, is Young Money a part of the creative process on this album? He said, nah, I tend to distance myself from them. Are you trying to break out on your own? Yeah, I'm trying to go independent. I don't really get along with Drake. I don't really get along with Nicki, which seems so unprompted, but he was clearly ready to get this into the world. When asked why, he said, I don't like Drake as a person. He's just fake to me. I like his music. You know what I'm saying? I think his music is, but we're all different people. We were forced together, and it was kind of like we were forcing relationships together. It is what it is. But I've been friends with Chris Brown for like 6 years. That's my real genuine friend. We hang out all the time. He lives up the street from me, so we don't just do music, we hang. I think being signed to Young Money, everybody felt like they had to force a relationship because Wayne put us together. At the end of the day, the reason why I signed to Young Money is because of Wayne, not because of Drake, not because of Nicki. It was because of Wayne and my relationship with him. I try to be cool with everybody, but sometimes everybody just has different personalities, motives, and different characters. When you realize that, you realize that's not a place where you want to continue to grow. Then Drake responded in classic Drake fashion at the time and liked a picture of Black China, who Tyga had dated, and posted a picture on Instagram of Kylie Jenner, who Tyga was dating, which is problematic for other reasons. But
nigga never learns. Always involving men's women. He never learns. And then why are you posting an 18-year-old? Tyga's a fucking weirdo too. He's a weirdo too. Because Kylie Jenner was underage. Like, come on.
Even Birdman replied,
Because I need your take on it from the boss perspective.
I ain't never see that happening. And still I haven't got to the bottom of none of that.
Have you spoken either?
The audacity to say you didn't see it happening, that your artists are beefing when you're sitting right next to Young Thug, who was antagonizing your so-called son, and y'all allegedly tried to kill the nigga. You are the blueprint. You are the example for Young Money to be, Young Money, Cash Money to be destructive. Literally. All of y'all are weird.
The one of them. The Drake on all the time. He texts me all the time. We always talk, and I don't really know what's happening with all that, bro. You know.
Ironically, this is the year that Wayne and Drake went on the Drake versus Lil Wayne tour. Which was this the original verses before it became like the Instagram versus thing? Did this start versus? And they played their hits back to back on that tour. And Drake would eventually respond to Tyga, but we'll get to that next year. But speaking of social media, this is the year where Cole and Drake's mindsets went in complete different directions. Cole said he would search his name up on Twitter all the time, and he basically cared way too much what people would think of him. So he had to actually stop using social media and get off his phone. So he stopped going on Twitter, stopped searching his name up, and started focusing inward on himself. Meanwhile, Drake seemed to double down and lean into social media. And even though he also was very aware of what people were saying about him, he leaned into it. He said, there's these gifts about me, these stupid stereotypes people have of me as this overly emotional character that cries in his room every night. There are jokes because of Degrassi, because I'm Canadian, because I make music for women. There are memes of guys crying to my music. I love it. I heart those photos when I see them on Instagram. And while on that trip to that art exhibit from the Rolling Stone article that got him in trouble with Jay-Z, he told the writer of that Rolling Stone article that he wishes he could have had his phone inside of the exhibit to take a selfie as the ultimate stunt. The article continued by saying, inside the next installation, a LACMA guide named Jason says something like, if you look long enough, you'll notice that your sense of depth begins to ... But Drake is busy having his assistant snap pictures of him. In one shot, Drake throws up his arms in a crucifix pose. He gazes off morosely in another. So clearly very different sides of that mindset. Even their mindsets on materialism seem to be at completely different ends of the spectrum. You could also tell that so much of what was going on in America was informing J. Cole's thinking process, his free time, and of course, his...
If I'm speaking my mind and saying how I truly feel, I might say one thing that connects the dots for somebody that might have been the right connection that was needed to like do something, to change the world or something.
Seems like he took hold of his own power within the system and wanted to provide something positive to it. He told a story about seeing Drake's Rolex and feeling like he needed to catch up to where he was, eventually buying a Rolex of his own.
Don't mean nothing, man. Jay got jewelry. Oh man, I want to be icy like that. I remember I seen Drake at a show. It was in like Toronto. It was a Jay-Z show. He came out. And then, mind you, he's like on fire because So Far Gone was out. I think I just had to warm up out. When I met him, he had the Rollie. Rollie's so cold. Like, and you want it. Like, you see things, it's marketing. He wasn't marketing it to me, but somebody marketed it to him that like,
Still kissing ass.
like I seen it on him or seen it on Jay and like, oh, gotta have one. I got a few.
Yeah, you got a few, right?
It hit the point in my life now where it's like I'm a grown man and I realize like I'm questioning why did I want it? And then what did it do for me when I got it? Not judgmental at all. Have your things. Don't place value on it. It's just a thing.
Cole may have ditched materialism. It seemed like Drake doubled down on it. In that interview, he talked about wanting to have the biggest residential pool in the world and buying that house for that reason because it had such a big pool. And he said that he was getting an Olympic-sized pool built indoors for his Toronto mansion that was being built at that time. His LA house was even called the YOLO mansion. But the biggest realization that J. Cole had this year was that of appreciating what you have and loving the people around you that have genuine love for you. Appreciating where you're at, reflecting on the journey, and being grateful for how much love you have in your life. These are themes that carried throughout Cole's album, but also he speaks about it so clearly in his interviews.
The system we live in, the system of capitalism, teaches every person is for you and for your benefit only, for your life and for your monetary gain. Every man for himself mentality. I don't know the alternative. I don't even know if it exists. But capitalism is like, it's just paid slavery. It's the same thing as it's the same setup as slavery. Only difference was slaves wasn't getting paid. But it's the same setup. I own this plantation. You are at the bottom. I got some managers right here that oversee the field. They get paid a little more than you, but they ain't that much better than you, better off than you. They feel better because they on top of you. You ain't that guy. That guy's milking everybody.
But in order to really understand what was inspiring J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar music this year, you have to understand what was going on in America. On July 17th, 2014, Eric Garner was pinned to the ground by a New York City police officer, and while he was on the ground, he yelled out, "I can't breathe," 11 times. He was accused of
Y'all, this is when the real cold hate started for Kendrick. Before he could kind of tuck it, he could kind of hide it. But here he is like, oh, that little motherfucker.
Legally selling cigarettes, yet somehow in the eyes of the officer, the appropriate response was to pin him down to his death and not let up. The death was ruled a homicide, but yet a grand jury decided not to prosecute him. The officer was later fired and a settlement was given to Garner's family, but justice was not served. Then on August 9th, 2014, Michael Brown was killed by a police officer in Ferguson, Missouri. Reported witnesses claimed that Brown had his hands up signaling surrender and said, "Don't shoot," yet he was shot 6 times anyways. This led to massive peaceful protests and marches that included people wearing "Don't shoot" signs and having their hands up. The response by the city was escalated police presence in the area, and there was a massive uproar, with the response being so overly militarized to mostly peaceful protests. On November 24th, Officer Wilson was not indicted by a grand jury who cleared him of all civil rights violations in the shooting, concluding that he shot in self-defense. On November 22nd, 12-year-old Tamir Rice was shot and killed by a Cleveland police officer after reports that he was holding a gun when in fact the only thing that he was holding was a toy. Once again, a grand jury refused to indict the officer, and once again, a payout was given to Rice's family, but no justice was served. And at this point, after so much public pain and trauma, and repeatedly no justice being served, people were understandably fed up and protests continued around the country. This is the backdrop that was taking place while all of these artists were working on their new music. In fact, J. Cole was so furious as to what was going on that he actually flew down to Ferguson to join the protests and talk to the people. And you could tell he didn't even really want to be there to do interviews, although he did do this interview with Jinx from Complex. Shout out to Jinx, one of my favorite of all time.
Man, I want to ask you is, what made you come down to Ferguson?
Same reason that everybody else is in Ferguson, my brother.
Okay. I mean,
by the way, I ain't coming out here to do no interviews, so this interview is a little uncomfortable for me. No disrespect to you. The only reason I'm doing this is because my man Damien works for Complex, and I love this guy to death. So we ain't come down here to do no interviews. We ain't come down here to talk to no press. We came down here to feel it because this is history, and we want to be a part of this just like everybody else want to be a part of this. So that's why we're here.
I understand, man. I want to ask you, do you think that artists owe their fans experiences like this and to come down here and perform some type of activism?
No, artists owe whatever they feel, whatever hits you and you're inspired to do, that's what you owe. So if you're an artist that don't care and it didn't hit you yet, I mean, hopefully one day it does, you know what I mean? It's each his own. This is what, this what I felt. I ain't going to knock the next man for not doing it. Do I wish more did it? Yes. Yeah. But everybody's at where they life, and everybody's at a certain place with their life. So a week ago, I wasn't in this place.
Yeah.
And something happened that made me get to this place. So I can't knock the next man for not being in that place yet. I hope one day they get there because it matters. You know what I mean? Like
it does.
It matters. Like it could have been you, could have been me, could have been our best friends, it could have been whoever. And we have to understand that.
What was your perception when you first heard the news about Michael Brown a week ago?
My perception was, unfortunately, the same perception I had when the man got choked out in Staten Island, and the same reaction I had when the man just graduated college in Charlotte, got in a terrible car accident, survived the car accident, went to the lady's house, knocked on the door for help. She thought he was robbing her, of course, because he's black at your door. She called the cops, they taser him, he dies. The same reaction I had then. Damn, again, this is fucked up. That was my reaction. Now that's sad. I'm ashamed that I had that reaction because we always had that reaction for years. That's how we be feeling. It's so regular. We just like, damn, that's fucked up again. It'll happen and niggas will be like, damn, another one. Yeah. You know how we do. It's like another one. And the most we give is like, man, that shit fucked up, bro. We keep living life. You know what I mean? And then so when I'm reading the article, I got mad at myself like, you can't just keep doing that. And like, that dude got choked out in Staten Island. Got killed. I wouldn't watch the video because I heard about it, read the articles. I'm like, man, I couldn't watch the video because I was like, man, I don't want to see that. I'm tired of it. Like, I don't want to see it. So the same article that like detailed this showed that video in Staten Island. And I was like, yo, we can't hide from it. I press play, I start bawling, crying, because you see him, you're like, yo, stop, man. Leave me alone. Y'all ain't doing nothing. Y'all always come out and you can hear it. Right, you can hear it. Like, yo, stop. Right. Y'all do this all the time. Right. Next thing you know, they on his back. It happened and give a fuck again. Because at one point in time, me and this man was sitting in the crib talking about this all the time. This is fucked up. And we
Hold on. I need to see something.
And the most we give is like, man, that shit fucked up. We keep living life, right? And then so when I got mad at myself, like, you can't just keep doing it. Can't like, that dude got choked out Staten Island. I wouldn't watch the video because I heard about it, read the articles. I'm like, I could watch the video. I was like, I want to see it. I'm tired of it. Like, I want to see it.
Is this another interview that he said he didn't want to do? Or is this just a regular conversation?
You feel the humbleness. You talk when it's time to talk. Really, you come out here and listen to what your people have to say. I'm out here just listening. I talk when it feels like it's time to talk. I've been out here all day like this.
If he feel like he can do that and get away with it, because we don't value ourselves. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? We start here first. If I'm not gonna shoot and kill you. You know what I mean? That ain't how it go down. I feel I'm a human being. I feel bad. If we add value to ourselves, they ain't got no choice but to add value to us. And we way too valuable for that. What would the world be without young black men? Black men, period. You know what I mean? For real. You know what I mean? And if y'all don't listen to J. Cole, y'all better listen to him because this is the perfect man here for it. You say real music. I don't know if you know who you said it, but that's real music. His videos, his music. You know, but listen, I'm saying just like you saying that, I just want to let you know, you know what I mean? This is real, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not just saying this because everybody out here.
The music will change when we change. Exactly. They just a reflection. It ain't. The music ain't doing it. The music, what we talking about, what we listen to, I listen to it too. Yeah. I'm in the club listening to it too. We listening to it because we still in it. Yeah. So when we change, you'll see 10 years from now, we change from right here. We use because we want justice for this young boy. Exactly. But we would be doing him an injustice if this didn't lead to everybody coming together and looking at each other like, yo, you my brother. If you died, real got killed, even though I don't know you, I would feel, I don't care if this man killed you and I don't know either one of y'all. I got to start feeling like this shit got to stop. The same way as if that white man killed this black boy. So I'm saying when that starts and that changes, if we don't do that from here and pivot off of that and use it for us, then we doing him an injustice. It ain't just about this white man going to jail. We all like, yeah, you better go to jail. It ain't because it's bigger than that.
You know who else was in Ferguson, actually? Was Macklemore. Ties into a lot this year. And J. Cole mentions Macklemore on his song Fire Squad on the album. So a little Macklemore through line to this video. Cole even released...
You know, I hate that talking point. And Kendrick talked about it too as well. And I hated it then as well. Don't come up to me talking about, oh, we need to stop doing this shit to each other, blah, 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 blah. When Ray shoot man, Ray go to fuck the jail. When the police shoot and kill Ray, they don't go to jail. They get paid leave. And then they get a promotion when they come back. So don't tell me about that right now. Yes, we do need to stop killing each other, but that ain't the conversation I want to have right now. We can have that conversation 2 days from now. Today, we're focusing on getting justice. So I hated it when J. Cole said it, and I hated it when Kendrick said it.
An emotional song called Be Free, where he sings about the events and despite the progress, how little has changed for Black Americans. And instead of performing a single off of his album like artists usually would do on a press run because his album had just dropped, during his Letterman performance, he debuted a live new verse on that song and performed it in what I consider one of the most powerful music live television moments of all time.
Forget the shame, cause this ain't me. Don't eternally pray for the Jay-Z. So elated, we celebrated like Obama waited until his last day in office to tell the nation brothers getting their reparations. Hey, a man can drink candy, no disrespect in terms of change, I haven't seen any. Maybe he had good intentions, but was stifled by the system and was sad to learn he actually couldn't bring any. That's what I get for thinking. This world is fair, they let a brother steal the ship and never told him that the ship was sinking. But I got other thing about, like my bank account. Forget that watch, you pay too much for it. You ought to be ashamed. When brothers back home, you tread it when the seasons change. Cause they ain't got no heat, and they ain't got no AC. Walmart distribution, find my homie, he just had a baby. You wonder why it's been so many B&Es lately? My brothers from the hood shooting like this is TNT lately. This is all the ballers leaving college early. I turn on the TV and don't see no brothers with degrees lately. All alone, fighting on our own. Please give me a chance. I don't want to dance. Something's got me down. I will stand my ground. Don't just stand around. Don't just stand around.
Oh my God, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Fantastic. Great.
Oh boy. J. Cole, beautiful.
I still got emotional rewatching that. Even Letterman was shocked. His hoodie stood for F Money, Spread Love, which was also an ongoing theme throughout not only his rollout, but his album.
Like, to me, what's real is like something spiritual connection with somebody. Like, love is real. I'm realizing that as I'm getting older. Relationship love, family love. I'm realizing how important that is. In my mind, I had to like just put my head down. I'm not calling my mom as often. You know what I mean? Like, family, my brothers, like, I'm blessed enough to have these people alive and well. It's like, I want to better those relationships because those are the rewarded things.
In my opinion, that's the best Cole interview ever with Angie Martinez, and Angie is one of the best to ever do it. Meanwhile, Kendrick was really inspired by the thought of inspiring other people and how much his word really meant to the lives of his fans. He seemed to be really intentional with every word, even more so than before with how it's going to affect people's lives and their mindsets. And especially with his first single off his upcoming album, which was a positive self-love anthem that was a lot more upbeat than his previous music. And it actually did receive mixed reviews at the time. But Kendrick said the reason for writing the song was actually for kids that were coming up to him, he said, that were overly depressed and thinking about ending their lives. He wanted to really give them something to look forward to in life, something to feel positive about, and teach them self-love through his music.
You put out this new single. Which samples the Isley Brothers. A lot of people who love you for bars, and one of the,
which is funny because that wasn't even the intention of All Right. They made it a cultural rally cry. All Right wasn't meant to be what it became. All Right was just a follow-up after he just tore himself down and ripped himself to shreds. And this is him coming to the next day and saying, we went what we went through, we cried, we did everything that we went to, we wanted to take our life, but now we're going to be cool. And it just fit. And I know that pissed J. Cole off.
Some people say the person that lyrically saved hip hop with your album, Good Kid, Mad City, they're taken aback by this single. They think it's too mainstream, too soon. Like you going pop, you going top 40 on us. Talk to us about your decision to make this your single and make this type of sound.
That real shit.
I think from jump, I think the classifications of music is totally twisted because now we have a generation where you take an Isley Brothers sample, which is soul, and now we're in a world where people consider it pop. And I knew that come, of course, but as a leader in music, I want to revamp that whole thing and put it back to its original origins.
Appreciate you.
And do that, you feel what I'm saying, and not be scared to step out and say, okay, this is not that, you feel me? This is black. This is soul, and y'all kids got to know this, you feel me? So my initial idea of writing this record was for two people. I hit Top Dog. I wrote a record for the homies that's in the penitentiary right now.
Disgusting.
And I also wrote a record for these kids that come up to my show with these slashes on their wrists, saying they don't want to live no more.
Oh, like people who cut themselves.
Yeah. It's serious. And people on the inside, they don't feel like they.
I was too pop. I is mainstream. I think anything with like a dancey, upbeat. I think people heard those jazz horns and all of that, and they automatically is like, what the fuck is Kendrick trying to do? I think that was the issue with the initial reaction to because I think I was the lead single at first, right? Coming off of Good Kid, Mad City, they were not expecting that. They were not expecting a jazz infused rap album. And that's the thing about Kendrick. He was willing to make those risks. He was willing to go against what his core fans in hip hop expected from him, which is why I believe he's so creative and he's so effective in that he's able to have 6-7 albums and they're all can be considered to be classics because he wasn't scared to do that. He was not scared to take risk and do the complete opposite of what it is that everybody expected. Same with Mr. Morale. everybody heard Family Ties and the Hillbillies and Family Ties and assumed we getting Kendrick that's coming back and that's popping shit. No, he said, bitch, we going to therapy. We getting healed. That's what the fuck we're gonna do.
Don't got nothing to live for, people on the outside. And I say, okay, these are my homies in the hood. If I say something this blatant, this bold, this simple, they could take a reaction from that. They can lock your body, they can't trap your mind for my homies that's in the pen. For the people that's outside, you have some way more to live for. It starts with yourself first, and you won't be thinking all this negative things that's going around in the world that's completely corrupting your brain and things like that. So that was my initial idea for the record, and that's how it's playing out today.
Man, it's art.
Doomer, I think that's pretty cool that you're able to admit that, because sometimes the first time you hear it, you might not get it the first time. And then sometimes too, you're just not mature enough. You haven't grown enough. You haven't experienced much life to really understand what it is that you're hearing. And you're probably just not comprehending it. A lot of people, when they listen to music, they just listen to the beat. They don't actually listen to the lyrics. And for an album like To Pimp a Butterfly, you have to sit with it. I don't know anybody that caught every single thing on the first listen. If you did, you're probably Knox Hill. But then again, that motherfucker be lying. So, yeah, don't be ashamed. I'm not saying you are ashamed, but I respect that you're able to admit that you didn't get it the first couple times until later. And that's just the truth.
It's my favorite song right now.
Yeah, you love this song.
I've been loving this song.
He related it to a lot of what was going on in America when asked about the killings of Michael Brown and Eric Garner in an interview. And he said, I remember me coming up in the city of Compton and having these same type of ordeals, not as dramatic, but in the same situation. So when I make a record like this is not just about me. It's not about a single. This is not about how many songs can be sold on Media Base. Shout out to DJ Head. It's about what's going on in real life, actual, factual. He even talks about this single helping him every morning and being a motivator for him. He said, this is a song that I have to use as a psyche every day, which is another reason why I made it. Sometimes I wake up and I feel like my self-worth is at a low, just like the person that's listening to it. It's bigger than just a good tune. It's really a psychological catchphrase that has to be reminded every day when we wake up. And he was even wearing that I hat to promote that self-love messaging. And the cover art actually had two rival gangs holding up a heart towards each other. But we can dive into Kendrick's album next episode. This is Cole's time. After announcing the album with very little promo besides a trailer, Cole's album 2014 Forest Hills Drive dropped on December 9th, 2014, and it became his biggest success to date. Even with it leaking a few days before, the album sold 353,000 copies first week. And it produced massive hits, including his biggest song to date, No Role Models, which is now certified diamond.
Did you know that it was going to be such a commercial success?
No, I had no clue.
When you found out that it was a commercial success, what was your reaction?
Wow. Like, I was like, oh, shit. Like, you know what I mean? You have to understand, to put the album out the way I did, I had to come to grips with myself because I knew it was my best, but I didn't know if no singles and no promotion would be a risk. You know what I mean? So I had to tell myself, yo, this album could potentially come out and sell terribly. Are you going to be okay with that? Is that worth people hearing it, experiencing it at one time and doing those singles? And I was like, yeah. The reason why I can make that decision is because I won already in my mind. Like, yo, I came with this title, with this concept. It was given to me. It was, and it came together perfect. And I made the album that I'm so excited and ecstatic about to give to the world. I don't give a fuck if nobody liked it. I'm loving it.
But the biggest achievement that Cole had was actually doing this without any features, which would become an even crazier meme once it went platinum with no features. But this political backdrop also informed some lyrics on Cole's project. On January 28th, he says, What's the price for a black man's life? I check the toe tag, not 1 0 in sight. I turn the TV on, not one hero in sight. Unless he dribble or he fiddles with mics. Look out the window because tonight the city lit up with lights, cameras, and action. May no man alive come through and damage my faction. On that same song, he also name checks Kendrick and Drake in what felt like a bit of a control response, but also it felt like a solidification of the idea of the big three itself, because while Kendrick name dropped a bunch of his peers, Cole specifically name dropped the two people he felt like were his biggest competition at that time. I don't play no games, boy, ain't no joke. Like the great Rakim when I make my notes. You dudes might be L, or you might be Kane, or you might be Slick Rick with 19 chains, or you might be Drizzy Drake or Kendrick Lamar, but check the birth date. You ain't the God. Nah, you ain't the God. Cole the God. Cole the God. Cole the God. Cole the God. January 28th. Of course, Cole shares the same birthday as Rakim, who's known as the God MC, and he's basically saying, nobody compares to God. No man can compare to God. So you can't compare to Cole the God MC. We share the same birthday, me and Rakim. But it felt like he was basically coming for the crown, and he was saying he wanted that top spot, at least on that song. He also praised on the song that the three of them won't let competition get in between their friendships, which is ironic considering everything that happened. But he says, think we need a plan of action. The bigger we get, more likely egos collide. It's just physics. Please, let's put our egos aside, you my dudes, and should our worst tendencies turn us into enemies, I hope that we remember these nights full of Hennessy. When hope around, we switch up to that Douce. Gotta show respect, one day we trying to stay. But even though I think Cole took the crown this year with his best album yet, he metaphorically takes that crown and throws it to the ground and smashes it on the end of the song Fire Squad, where he says, we all kings of ourselves first and foremost, which is also a similar message that Kendrick was portraying in I. While the people debate who's the king of this rap game, here comes Lil Old Jermaine with every ounce of strength in his veins to snatch the crown from whoever y'all think has it. But rather than place it on his head, as soon as he grabs it, poof, boom, pow, it's like magic. And with a flash and a bang, the crown disintegrates and falls to the earth from which it came. It's done. It's funny he says from whoever you think had it, because I even said last year I think that Drake and Kendrick were kind of passing or snatching the crown back and forth from each other. Ain't gonna be no more kings. Be wary of any man that claims, because deep down he clings on to the need for power. In reality, he's a coward. Ultimately, he's scared to die. And sometimes so am I. But when I'm in tune with the Most High, I realize the fear lies in my lack of awareness of the other side. Today, I know that we are the same. We are the same, you and I. Different kind of skin, different set of eyes. Two different minds, but only one God. It's only one God. It's for all the kings. Because I know deep down, every poet just want to be loved. But next year gets even crazier. Kendrick drops his masterpiece, To Pimp a Butterfly, with his riskiest sound yet. Drake switches up his flow on If You're Reading This, It's Too Late, but then Meek Mill reveals where he got some of those flows from, and it causes a back and forth on songs between them. And J. Cole goes on his biggest tour yet in support of his best received album so far. Let me know your favorite part of this year, and let me know what you're looking forward to in 2015. I will put that video right here as soon as it is out. You can go back and binge the other episodes if you need to catch up. And if you made it this far, please hit the like button, share it with a friend who likes any of these artists, and subscribe so you don't miss out on next.
All right, y'all. We done made it to the end. Shout out to Jeremy Heck. Unfortunately, you have 15 strikes, but shout out to you. You are documenting this well. Hopefully 2015 goes a little better for you. I would hate to have to give you 20 strikes. So yeah. Shout out to all the cousins who are still in here. We just hit over the 4-hour mark. I appreciate y'all pulling up. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll go live and we can hang. But other than that, appreciate everybody who's liked the video, left a comment, been in the chat. It's always fun chilling with y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for anybody who sent the donation towards the channel, as it helps. But yeah, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. Y'all be safe. I'll holler at y'all later.
Hey cousin, who you chilling with? I'm chilling with MONIE. Hey cousin, who you chilling with? I'm chilling with MONIE.